I appreciate you all joining us today. I don't know how many years we've been doing this now, but when I started 8 years ago, we hadn't done TWIG in, I think, a couple of years. We skipped 1 year in the last 8, but we continued to update things. And this year, we've invited folks from industry to come and give us some updates as well as part of the discussion. So I hope that we're continuing to add value to this conversation. We have kolaches over here and coffee, and so y'all are welcome to get something to eat as we're going along. We will have lunch at noon. We'll have 30 minutes for lunch. And after lunch, we're going to have grad students give a 2 to 3 minute update each. If they go beyond 3 minutes, then we can heckle them. It's a good opportunity to be able to condense the work down into a couple of main bullet points. We can go to conferences and hear all the materials and methods, but my hope is that they are able to get a little bit of experience of just taking away kind of high level bullet point type material that they can share with people. So we'll be doing that in the afternoon, and then we'll have our industry updates. And then if we have time, hopefully I'm going to have time, I'm going to go through some training updates on EPA's mitigation menu, ESA, herbicide strategy, and where we're at with that, and what are we supposed to be doing with it. So we're going to get started by going around. We have a few folks that we've talked to just as we've done in the past, and we're going to do some regional updates. And so I've asked folks from different regions to provide us with updates. And so, sorry, I'll back up. We are going to offer 3 general CEUs for attending today. If you want credit for those, put your full name, TDA license number in the chat, or email it to elisa.harrison@ag.tamu.edu, and we will apply for those with TDA. And I'll put that back up during lunch. Okay, so this is the kind of the structure that we're going to have for our discussion this morning, going through our regional updates. We're just, this is an opportunity to talk about what kind of weed management successes did we have. I mean, a lot of times we tend to focus on failures, but I want to hear about things that, if you figured some successes out with managing certain species, or you've had some luck with some treatment scenario, talk about that. Where are we still having gaps in recommendations? Each August, I send a round of emails out to different regions and just ask for updates on kind of similar things. And there are certain places where I get almost the same gaps every year that we're still missing. This is an opportunity to talk about some of those things. If we're still having gaps in weed control, what are the things that we could be doing? Site resistance. There's been multiple questions this year about Johnson grass. Again, I mean, that's an ongoing issue. And so if you're hearing about, more spread of resistance issues, certain species, new issues that are coming up, I know we have some things that we're going to talk about in pasture, of all places, weed species that herbicides aren't quite working like they used to. Let's discuss those things. We probably don't have any drift issues. I know Pete doesn't ever have any drift issues where he's at. He does an excellent job of training folks. Thank you. And then what are you going to be focusing on for the next year? So I'm going to put Pete
all in 5 minutes.
Yeah, if you could do that in 5 minutes. So we've got 6 or 7 people that I've asked to provide updates. Some of them might have slides, some of them don't. This is meant to promote discussion, though. It's not just one person talking about their area and then we move on. Ask questions and let's have an opportunity to discuss what's happening.
Did you want to do introductions? Was that a part of your plan? Maybe not.
Yes, thank you for reminding me of that. Scott Nolte, I'm the extension weed specialist for the state, located here in College Station.
Peter Dotre, weed scientist out of Lubbock, Texas.
Adam Hickson, I'm the BASF Tech Service Rep, cover Texas, Oklahoma, New Mexico.
Clint Perkins, Ag Agent, Smith County, Texas.
David Drake, IPM Program Specialist, Commerce.
Dale Mott, program specialist here in College Station.
Tim McNaught, Extension Cop Specialist, also here in College Station.
Mark Nemick, Ag Consultant, Central Texas.
Tyler Mays, Extension Program Specialist, Central Blacklands.
Zach Howard, Extension Program Specialist, Extension Consultant.
James Gricker, AgriLife Research Corpus.
Holly Davis with FMC. I'm the tech service rep covering Texas and New Mexico.
Go ahead.
Greg Steele, Tech Development Rep, Bear Crop Science, Eastern half Texas, Oklahoma.
Stephen LeVar, Farm Service Manager, College Station, Texas.
Ryan Hamburg, you wanna go?
Okay.
Okay. Ryan Hamburg, I'm a PhD student with Dr. Muthu, weed science.
Carolyn Bags, I'm a master's student under Dr. No.
I'm Elisa Hairston. I am admin coordinator for Soul Crop Extension.
Lisa keeps us all in line. So, okay, who do we have online?
I'm out here.
Yeah, Greg Moak, Simplot Grower Solutions, College Station.
Anybody want to go first? Greg Mock?
Yeah, Greg Moak, College Station, Simplot Grower Solutions.
Okay, we didn't check to make sure that our speakers work.
Can you hear
us?
They should, because I could hear someone as they first signed on.
Yeah, it works. So.
Okay, those
Can you
work,
hear
but
us?
We can't hear anybody.
We can hear us.
Oh,
Yeah, I was gonna say, we can all hear us.
technology. Okay, so we're gonna work on that. Can we get?
Are they unmuting their cell phone?
Yeah.
Actually, I think people are unmuted.
Yeah.
Go to the
That more button. Could be the wrong speaker.
Yeah.
It needs to be on the other.
Yeah. No, that's. That one.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Or maybe there's some.
yes, it was the
Never mind. Elisa, would you ask Taylor if she could come over? Okay, so while we're sorting this out, sorry for folks online. We're gonna work on getting the speakers working here in the room so that we can hear you, because I want you all to have the opportunity to give us your input as well. But while we're waiting on Taylor to come and help us with that, Pete, do you want to go ahead and kick us off with updates from Lubbock?
Sure, I'm happy to make a few comments representing my region. 3 to 5 minutes, is that what you said I've got? Just 3 to 5? Have you started it yet? First of all, can I say how great it is to be back in College Station? It's been a while since I've been here. The building looks similar, but
Can
the
y'all hear us
surrounding-
online?
surrounding-
Somebody say something?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can.
We need to update the sheet. This is which one to click. All right, thank you.
All right, restart my time now.
Okay, now we're gonna have everybody online introduce themselves.
Perfect.
Okay, folks online, if you could introduce yourselves. Greg Mock.
Yep,
Are you
Greg
still-
Moak, Simplot Grower Solutions, College Station, Texas.
I'm Reagan Noland, Extension Agronomist in San Angelo.
Greg Armold, Product Development, AMVAC Corporation.
Mithila Jugulam, AgriLife Beaumont Center.
Kerry Siders, Extension Program Specialist up in Ockley, Cochran, Lamb, and several other counties, I guess.
Landon Gulick,
Bob Whitney,
County
Extension Organic Specialist in Stephenville.
Landon Gulick, County Extension Agent down in B County.
Christy Keys, Agronomy Agent, Castro, Hell, and Lamb Counties.
Josh
Brad
McKinney.
Go ahead, Josh.
Josh McKinney, Extension Agronomist in Corpus.
Brad Easterling, IPM in Glasgow, Reagan, Upton.
Vanessa Courier Olson, Forage Extension Specialist, Overton.
Chad Cummings, I'm a county extension agent for ag up in Grayson County in the Sherman area.
All right, did we get everybody online?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nitya Subramanian, and with scientist, I'm based at College Station. Thank you.
Case Medlin, ENVU, Paradise, Texas.
Okay, I think we have everybody online. All right, who showed up in the room in the last couple of minutes that didn't introduce themselves? Who did? Oh, let me. Sorry, caught you with a mouthful.
Dr. Morgan.
Galen Morgan, Cotton Incorporated.
Mutu Bhagwatianan, Meat Scientist, College Station.
Okay, thank you all for introducing yourselves. We're gonna okay, now Pete. All right, somebody got the timer, right?
I don't want to start anymore. Actually, two folks here didn't introduce themselves. I recognize Tony. I'm not sure who this young man is over here.
Kyle Russell, Weed Scientist.
Tony Driver, Academic Service Representative.
Excellent, thank you guys. All right.
I so much feel like I'm among friends here. This is good.
Well, good. I'm glad.
So I'm going to represent the High Plains region. It's a pleasure to be asked to give a very brief update. And I know I've got folks here and folks online that can correct me if I'm wrong. I'll make a few comments that might not be real surprising as I look back on the year that we had. We started the year dry. So there's the not so surprising, but I think there's relative types of dry, and we were on the dry side. And I bring that to your attention because as I visited with several growers approaching the season, it just seemed like a lot of folks this year were just not feeling too good as we moved into the year. Cotton prices not too good, input prices pretty high, and it was dry. So some of what we tried to focus on from a research standpoint, which I'll get into briefly, was attempting to manage weeds with reduced inputs or lower inputs. So we started the year dry, but we actually started to get some rains in early May. In some of the trials that I had planned to pre-plant, to pre-water, just to get some flushes of early emerging weeds, it turned out we didn't have to do that. We ended up getting good populations of kochia and Russian thistle early. And I want to say that because it looks like I'm supposed to say maybe a few things about resistance in my area. I definitely feel like we've got some kochia resistant concerns. And I know Muthu recently came away with a good paper summarizing a multi-state effort with some kochia resistance. And we've got some certainly within the area that I service. 2, 3, and 4-way types of resistant biotypes, and it's been a challenge. So ended up getting some good rains. I think activation with some of our pre's did occur. I think the pre's worked pretty well for us. Other thing that was a little bit different in my region this year is when the rain started, we tended to get some frequent rains. Temperatures were maybe a little bit milder than normal, and I think the growing conditions for cotton and growing conditions for weeds this year were pretty good. And I say that partly to try to remember to say that Liberty or glufosinate in 2025 was exceptional. We did lots of things that you probably have done. We were interested in time of day, interested in different rates, interested in different adjuvants. With Caroline, there was the trial with and without ammonium sulfate, looking at several different types of glufosinate. And I'll try not to tell your story because you'll probably share some of that. Glufosinate just worked very well in 2025. From a drift concern or standpoint, it was very quiet. I was not aware of any drift issues that occurred. I'd like to, for the record, say, there was no dicamba used in 2025. We were managing weeds with pre's and with glufosinate, glyphosate combinations. And even though the focus initially was very much towards, I think, reduced input or low input, I think the growers, because of the conditions that we had, did a pretty good job of managing weeds. So we're now to the back end. We've got some fields that still look very good. We got some fields that don't look too good. We're in the process of harvesting as I speak. Some areas, probably 60 or so % defoliation, maybe Lubbock North. I think much slower Lubbock South, but that's occurring right now. A lot of emphasis on the new BASF technology, the Accent Flex cotton, and trying to look at systems within that technology, using help me with the name here. It's going to be Elite ISO. Elite ISO used free in either alone or in combination with some other residuals at plant, and then just looking at different systems post, and Adam will probably make some references there. But as far as, and I don't know if that necessarily is filling gaps. I think we still have some pretty good tools to manage weeds, and we're definitely seeing maybe some resistant, pockets. I mentioned the kochia. Since this was a year kind of without, dicamba, I can't say too much, but I do feel like prior to this year, we definitely were seeing some areas of what I would say of concern, not necessarily documenting resistance, but I think populations that just not controlled with dicamba that we had seen previously. So we'll see what happens in 2026 with the strong possibility of opportunities to use dicamba again. See if that is becoming more problematic in my region and perhaps your region as well. So sorry, that was probably more than 5 minutes, but as an extension guy, it's tough to talk for less than 5.
So on glufosinate use, I know we had conditions that, and I heard that honestly from, we heard it from other states. Many people saying that glufosinate works much better this year. I did have an applicator asking questions about how to overcome some misses with glufosinate. And when and so some of the things that we're doing, just trying to, can you add more MS, or are there things that we can improve? And I think the main takeaway in his situation was, don't spray Palmer that's 18 inches tall with glufosinate. I don't know how you overcome that, but it's just a challenge when growers are calling them up saying, hey, I need you to spray my field. They're knocking them out and then they're getting regrowth popping out of the canopy later. So I'm hearing from other states some just early talk about Liberty starting to, in Illinois, we have, I think, resistance now or potential. And so we tend to be on the later end of resistance developing in this state, but those are things that we need to be looking for and just keeping an eye out, products that don't work quite as well. So I don't know if there's been any of that.
Carrier volume, I'd add to your discussion there. I mean, big weeds probably not going to be controlled as well. Carrier volume pretty important, but I would say some of the things we looked at this year, it wasn't as important as it's been in the past. But I wouldn't want to count on that every year.
Yeah, put weed size number one. If we get a complaint, almost every time it's weed size being too big.
Do you, I mean, I know the label has kind of a recommended range, but is there I don't know if you can talk to a height that you.
I mean, I would say
really
3
strong.
inches. Yeah, for Palmer, 3 inches or less. Pretty consistent. Yep. Which is pretty small. But that's really when you need to be smart.
That's usually the ones that are underneath everything else that people are trying to kill.
And that's a good point. That's another problem we had this year was just density. Just we got all those rains and they shaded each other out. And so, I mean, if the spray droplets don't touch the weed, then Liberty's not going to work.
Right.
That's a good point.
And I know, Mark, we've talked in the past about, even travel speed. Some people are driving so fast that they're burning one side of the plant and not the other. But it sounds like weed size is probably the number one, and then
density,
coverage.
Yeah.
Okay.
It looked like Lila had her hand up in the chat.
Yes, if y'all have questions or comments you want to ask, go right ahead.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Again, this is Mithila Jugulam. Maybe some of you may not know my background. I am a weed scientist by training. My expertise is in herbicide resistance. I'm very interested to know the Texas weed problems for sure, and interested to work with you all. Peter, question for you. You mentioned about combination of glufosinate and glyphosate used. Do you see any synergistic effect in terms of control of weeds using these two herbicides in combination?
I mean, that's a great question. I would say, I feel like several years ago, and this was some work done by Jacob Reed, using the good old Colby method, we documented more on the antagonistic side, where it seemed like for a number of years that was certainly not something that we were wanting to recommend, suggesting those products should probably be used alone. But I don't know, I've almost done a 180 on that. Right now, I feel like in my region, those two products seem to be playing very well together. I don't know if it's maybe that we've convinced ourselves that at least with the old Liberty 280, we're not messing around with anything less than 43 ounces. I guess right now I feel like that's been a relatively common practice of putting glufosinate and glyphosate in the tank together. And I think we're seeing some pretty good results. Of course, we've got lots of glyphosate. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was wondering, what's the spectrum of weeds? You can see very good control of even herbicide resistant weeds, like you said about kochia being multiple resistant. So you can see good effect on those resistant weeds as well.
I feel like most of my thoughts are, against Palmer amaranth, which I would say in my region is probably the number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 most common and troublesome weed. So I don't really, I can't think for sure on kochia. Most of my kochia experience is more with burn down chemistries that probably, I guess, could involve glyphosate, glufosinate, or glufosinate, combinations with other compounds.
Okay.
So on Palmer right now, I would say the activity has the combination of glyphosate, glufosinate has worked pretty well for us.
Okay, interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions from Pete? I think the question about glyphosate and glufosinate combinations is, I mean, heard many things in the past, that you get antagonism almost. Maybe at the most I've seen is 10-15%, but most of the time it's not even that level. I know that maybe with some of the newer combinations, like maybe with diflufenican, is that something that we're going to need to look at? With just a more quick acting product, that's something I'm thinking that we'll want to look at, just to have recommendations on how to use that with some of those combinations. But
Hey, Scott.
yes,
while we're on Liberty, I just want to chime in that I want to echo Pete that this was a year that a lot of guys around here were like, oh, wow, this is something we can use. And maybe it was a good year for it. Conditions were good for it. But Liberty has long been discounted as ineffective in our region. And this year, a lot of people were turning to it. One thing that was consistent among the chemical dealers' recommendation was to go really high on AMS. They were all running 3 pounds an acre, which for like a 10-gallon spray volume is 30 pounds per 100 gallons, dry AMS. So that's something that we saw a lot of here this year, but overall a pretty big success story in my mind. And I kind of wanted to chime that in while we're on the topic. We did do a trial with and without Roundup with Liberty and with and without clethodim, looking at grass control. And I wouldn't say we saw a whole lot of benefit or antagonism issues personally, but that was one year of kind of limited data. But anyway, I wanted to chime in those notes while we're on that topic. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Tyler.
All right, so I'll give my comments for the Blacklands. For once, we weren't too wet or way too dry. Did not get a truck stuck this year, thankfully. But weed control was actually really easy this year. I think we had good growing conditions for weeds and the crop, so that helped us get through weed control a little bit easier. There were a lot more producers on the wheat side running an early post-emergence or delayed pre-emergent herbicide of Anthem Flex or Zidua for ryegrass management and other weed management. And that works really well. I know some guys are going to start using that a little bit more just from seeing their neighbors use it and see how clean their wheat fields were going in. Hembit is still at times a little difficult to get control of in wheat. I think it's just because most producers don't see it until it's already started to shoot up above that canopy, and it's too late in the game to really get good control of it at that point. Corn, on that side, everything looks good. Ryegrass is still somewhat of an issue early in the season prior to getting the planter in the field. But Ronnie Schnell's done some work with metribuzin and Dual and some other products showing what's effective there, and they're starting to adapt those management practices to get those under control. We're also seeing some work from Muthu's program, wherever he went, on a wheat aspect to manage a ryegrass carryover from year to year, and that's working really well as well. Also, on the cotton side, I mentioned last year hophorn bean copperleaf. Say that 5 times fast. It is starting to pick up more and more. I'm finding it in additional fields this year. So that's probably one of those impacts of we got rid of one weed and now we're seeing another weed kind of come into that replacement. We did very good at managing weeds in dicamba tolerant cotton without dicamba, and even some 2,4-D fields. We did extremely well without using 2,4-D. Running a herbicide program that'll have Outlook or Dual in there, but also incorporating Roundup or glyphosate, glufosinate, and even some clethodim in there as well to get those late season grasses has been very good. Gaps and recommendations. I think we still can push a little bit in the Blacklands, the benefit of residual herbicides in cotton. A lot of people this year and in previous years haven't been too open to an Outlook or things like that because they don't have the ability to water it in, and we don't know if we're actually going to get that rain or not. And also, a lot of our herbicides are coming out in a tank mix with insecticides. And in previous years, there's been some people that make recommendations and accidentally almost kill cotton. If you put OPs in there with Outlook and Liberty, that's a pretty hot shot on a small cotton plant and will really set back the plant. No issues with drift this year. I think some growers found out they need to pay a little bit more attention to what seeds they plant with replant, because we did get some herbicide damage from a 2,4-D application that was on some cotton that wasn't 2,4-D tolerant. As far as herbicide resistance goes, TxDOT scares me. They were spraying 4 or 5 foot tall Johnson grass, and they were burning the crap out of it, but they weren't killing all of it. And that scares me. I don't know what they were spraying, but that scares me that we already have concerns with Johnson grass resistance to glyphosate. And so now we're adding another mode of action in a different way and from a different person that's going to hinder us in the long run. And also herbicide resistance, seeing a little bit of issues getting control of wild sunflower, and even saw some people that were spraying 2,4-D on some sunflowers that didn't get very good control in a roadside ditch. So that's things we need to focus on. Areas for next year, I think a lot of the biggest issues that we need to focus on have already been brought up by Dr. Dotre and Adam over there on weed size, carrier volume, and even weed density. But also, we need to keep on emphasizing the benefit of those residual herbicides going forward. Also, one nightmare that I heard that some one grower in Navarre County used Liberty Ultra at a Liberty 280 rate, and that will definitely ding cotton that is Liberty tolerant. So he didn't realize that he couldn't use that rate and that the label rate has changed from Liberty Ultra and Liberty 280.
So he injured his cotton and spent like a double rate, but on Liberty tolerant cotton.
Yeah, very humid.
Yeah.
Wow.
We've done that too, of course, on purpose, right?
Yeah.
Not an accident. And maybe didn't quite see the same results you did, but different conditions.
Yeah. Yeah, we were I think that went out kind of on right behind the rain. And so we were real humid, real wet. I think that's what really dinged it. Also focus areas, get guys more caught up to date or caught up to speed, although it is a fluid situation on the herbicide mitigation plans and the herbicide mitigation points. Every time I read that, I still have questions of whether I should get a point out of that or not, because I can look at it 3 different ways, and all 3 ways maybe yes, no, or no. And so just some knowledge gaps filled there would be very good as well. Mark, did I miss anything?
Hey, Tyler, this is Bob Whitney. Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll agree with your sunflower. My son-in-law and daughter both commented about the sunflowers being a little worse in their cornfields, but the the question I got from them and a few others was that they thought Johnson grass was getting to be worse. And that may go into the resistance, or maybe it's just the year. What were your thoughts on the Johnson grass?
So I don't remember seeing that much Johnson grass just along the highway in the state right of ways. So I think there is something that with the growing conditions we had this year made it worse, but I am seeing where it's a little bit more trickier to get Johnson grass control in some spots. Once you get it established and once you make that first herbicide application, if you don't get it killed, then you're really behind the 8 ball and getting that controlled.
And just from my own observations and then at other meetings, hearing from other states, this year and last year, it seemed like there were general comments across the board that Johnson grass was worse. And I don't know if it was, not this year. In a lot of the Midwest, they were very dry or much drier, but areas that had a lot more rainfall, it seemed like there was a lot more just general Johnson grass pressure. And yeah, maybe it's taking that opportunity to put those resources into the rootstock, and it's just, yeah, once it gets established. So maybe this year it's just an effect of what we had from last year, improvements in those patches.
Scott, I would add to that, or Tyler, what you said. That's exactly what my son-in-law is at Granger, and he said that if he didn't get it first time, it was hard to get it under control. That was his comment. I should have mentioned that, but that's you're spot on with what he said.
I think we had greater winter survival in our area. You know, the pressure was up. Of course, we were wet and rainy, so hard to control.
And I know Reagan has done some work on it too, not to burst his bubble of what he'll talk about later, but he's done some work on, I think, some glyphosate screenings on Johnson grass and seeing some decreased sensitivity in the Johnson grass out there. So it's obviously spreading. So
you mentioned ryegrass. I feel like some of the meetings that we're going to, visiting with weed specialists across the country, that weed now is moving to the top of as far as troublesome and perhaps resistant. Are you seeing that weed being more difficult to control than in the past?
So if I was giving this talk 2 years ago, yes. But it was 2 or 3 years ago when I think Dr. Schnell got that project from Corn Board and was finding some chemical options early season in corn, or burn down time frame for corn, that was helping us get control of that. Where we are seeing the resistance issues with it is in wheat, when we try and go out with something like not Anthem Flex, but Axial Bold and things like that. And Muthu's had a grad student that published that data showing the resistance populations, and the hotspot center was right around Hill County. So I'll bring some seeds up for state report for you.
Probably mutations caused by PFAS. It's a hot spot for PFAS.
That's Johnson County.
So you mentioned a little bit about 2,4-D, or managing weeds in 2,4-D tolerant cotton without 2,4-D. So how much 2,4-D? Is it what's the, is there a low level of use of 2,4-D this year?
With the growers that I work with that have it, yes. I have 3 guys that I know that had 2,4-D cotton this year, and only one of them actually used it. So, and I know you have some guys too.
All my guys use it. We use it. Yeah. We got a little more morning glory problem. We're a little farther south than Tyler. We get into more morning glories. Water hemp is notorious down in that country. So we used it once on most everything.
And the morning glories is something we probably should start looking at too, on a resistance front. It's getting a little more common. So it was nothing to drive down a county road and see the outside 2 rows of cornfield. Even though the rest of the field was dried down, it looked like a green wall as you drove by just from morning glories. So they're coming really out of the bar ditch and colonizing the plants and climbing up, but we got to find a way to get control of those. So it's easier on the stripper, easier on that combine header when we go through to get that corn or cotton out of the field.
Any drift issues with 240 this year that y'all are aware of? Anybody? I mean, I know we're talking about drift, but okay.
The cotton price pushed out a lot of those marginal cotton planting acres, and those are the guys that probably would look for those cheaper routes to use 2,4-D, and so that really backed down that illegal application of 2,4-D or even that real big increase of 2,4-D applications. And phytogen in my area is a small percentage of the cotton market.
Okay. Can I ask a question, Scott?
Yes, go right ahead.
So is there any issue with lack of control of palmer amaranth using 2,4-D in Texas? Because back in Kansas, we had populations of palmer amaranth resistant to 2,4-D identified in sorghum fields, but do you see any palmer issues, palmer amaranth lack of control?
I don't know that I'm aware of any populations. Pete, are you?
No, and I'm familiar with some of what's come out of Kansas, so we've kind of been looking for it. I would say a few of the fields that we've identified as being maybe suspect from a dicamba resistant standpoint, we've looked at 2,4-D in some of those same populations, and I do feel like maybe a little bit of elevated tolerance there, but it's not been documented in my region as far as I know.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
David, do you want to? I'll switch over to your next slides.
Next slide. 5 minutes.
Overachiever. All right, there you go.
So my number one weed is the Italian ryegrass. It's because of the wheat, so there's obviously treated, untreated. We have historically done screening for ACC and ALS resistant ryegrass. I will say when I did this talk in December at the Plant Protection Conference, and we got written up in Southwest Horn Press, and then I got hate mail from Oregon, okay, saying I must have a different species, and I don't know what. Anyway, and when I please come visit and watch them do cover crop ryegrass to wheat. So anyway, I haven't seen that, but anyway. So what's new on this? So basically how we're controlling it, Tyler already said we're using Zidler Anthemplex in a delayed pre program. Also, we're still using Axial Bulb and then Resivant, which is Corteva's product. If we do a very early post, I'm still getting good control. And that's what this is actually. This is a 3-way mix of Resivant, Metribuzin, and Anthemplex or Zidler. And we still got pretty good control. But that's a expensive shot, and then it has to be very early. So I did get a few phone calls about some phytotoxicity on the wheat. I think it was the weather conditions, because I repeated it, and that's again what this was, and that's, I know you can't see, but it's just to jog my memory, but sometimes we get a little bit of phyto, but the wheat typically grows out. We are doing more metribuzin screening. So Grace Ogden, who's now at East Texas A&M and partial with AgriLife Research, she kind of took over that. So we had a master's student. We screened 80 varieties of wheat to metribuzin and some of the other mixes, and so we're repeating that. So that's going on there. The one thing that I'm kind of interested in, and I have to thank FMC for doing this, is, and I don't mean for you to look at all the numbers, but we're looking at 30 or 15-day pre-plant Anthem Flex. And don't tell Adam, but I put Vigil on the edges. And so I'll send you a bill for that later. Anyway, but actually looks pretty good if we get rain at the right time. Now this was the second year. Well, this was the first year. The next year, Holly moved it to 35 days pre-plant. And actually we didn't get a rain on there, so the 15-day treatment looks great. 35-day did not, because the ryegrass terminated and we had heavy ryegrass. So there is on the label a 30-day fallow replant if you keep your Anthem Flex below 3.6. And so anyway, that's what I'm interested in, at least in our area. Could they cultivate their field, apply Zidua Anthem Flex, keep it clean, and then plant wheat into a clean field? Now, we do get a lot of rain, so I don't know what that would do for your area with less rainfall. Anyway, that's kind of what I'm interested in on ryegrass. In wheat, there's metribuzin. We'll skip that. So then this was the ryegrass in corn, and this was actually a field. He sprayed that 3 times with up to 2 quarts of glyphosate in season. Now I've sent the seed source to Muthu for this, so he's testing it. He sent me an email at 3 a.m. this morning and said it's in the greenhouse. I don't know if he was like me and just went to bed, or if he got up at 3 a.m. I don't know. And he left. So, anyway, but what I'm looking at on corn is, as already mentioned, a burn down in the fall. And I have to thank Tony for helping us with this. So I'm in 6 years of a trial like this, and basically I'm using either glyphosate or paraquat with some residual herbicides, and getting very good control through the winter, into the spring, which, in our area of Blacklands, it's typically wet in the spring, and to get in for a timely corn planting, we want it clean, and we need some bare soil to get the soil to dry out and get on there by March 1st planting date for corn. So what I did see this year, I have a picture. I did see some, I think it's because of weather conditions, a delayed response from glyphosate when we do the mix. Okay, so particularly saw it with Boundary, which is a pre-mix of dual and metribuzin. Also saw it with Sharpen this year. I actually thought maybe I forgot to put the glyphosate in the jug, and I think that's part of our complaints with ryegrass is the weather conditions. Later on in this plot, I was able to kill it with glyphosate, no problem. So I think it was just the tank mix and the weather conditions. And look at my notes. This slide is for Bob Whitney. So also in this plot, I'm using ryegrass as a cover crop. So this is soybeans put in there, and it actually works pretty well. I've also found that with this study, if you eliminate the seed carryover the next year, you don't have a ryegrass problem. You know, the seed only lasts about a year in our area. That's ryegrass. We do have, this is glyphosate resistant Palmer amaranth. We've got that problem there, and our trouble is with the amount of frequent rainfall, we either can't get in the field to spray, which we've got a lot more drones out there now, people going to drones because they just can't get in the field because it's wet. That is causing some drift issues with some drones. And then our residuals, particularly in corn, are not lasting. And so that's where we're getting the morning glory, the Johnson grass. You know, sometimes it's, you know, I don't know if we need to go to higher rates or we need to go a lay-by application or something like that, but our residuals aren't lasting. Also in our area, like I said, we're still, Johnson grass is still, we're still getting control with glyphosate. We're still getting control with the herbicide tolerant sorghum, you know, but I worry about it because we have so much Johnson grass. And that's really the main reason our guys went away from sorghum is Johnson grass. They can't control that weed. So, I think that's it for my area.
So you said, I want to go back to a comment you made about, you said your residuals aren't lasting as long. Are you talking about on a specific weed or in general?
In general. Yeah, well, yeah, in general, it's the Johnson grass, it's the morning glory, it's we're getting more, even the sunflower, you know, late when you go in to harvest that corn crop, it's all in there. You don't see it, but it's all in there. I actually had in a hybrid trial, in a couple of samples, I actually had dirt in the grain sample because the morning glory was attaching that stalk and it was pulling the plant up because our roots weren't very deep and we're getting dirt in the combine, you know.
So we have in my area and your area, we're fairly similar this year. We had a lot of residuals go out in front of getting a lot of rain in corn. I don't know if just the amount of rainfall that we had after that application just deactivated it or moved it out of the effective zone or not. So, but I'm seeing that too. You're seeing a lot more sunflowers, just random grasses and
cockleburrs and
late season taking over cornfields.
I mean, we had at least in this area, you know, more rainfall than we typically get in the spring, which made application timings a bit of a challenge. And I think this was probably the first year that we had 2 of our own research applications that went out and we got rain within like 15 minutes. It's not something that we're used to. And then things that weren't even showing up on radar or the forecast. But I think that could, you know, be part of the issue is that we had more rainfall than we typically had in the spring. It could be diluting some of those residuals. Typically, we have the other problem, we don't get activation.
I think it's tough to get season-long control of morning glory and most crops. I feel like we can get it early, but there's going to be some subsequent help that's going to be needed. We'll come up all year long.
And are we? I mean, we have some big root morning glory, like perennial here. Are we? What species, or do you all? Is it anything in particular that you're dealing with in Blacklands or some of these other areas?
Specific annual, and it's 3 or 4.
Had Greg identified for me last time.
I mean, I think, you know, most of what I see is sharp eye. I think there's a lot of this is, but that's
Okay.
Yeah, I'll make another comment. So I was at a meeting recently, and again, I think it's a year, and these are probably anywhere from Red River to kind of central Texas, southern Blacklands, maybe. But it's similar type comments. Again, probably the year and probably the rainfall, but what they were describing to me over years sounded kind of like population shifts, and they were thinking maybe, especially in corn, maybe because of their application patterns that were shifting to species that they felt like were later emerging. And actually, you know, you were talking about hawthorn being copperleaf. One came up and said, man, over the years, my corn has just been completely taken over with copperleaf. Like started out a little bit, now it's just got copperleaf everywhere. But his typical practices were he put a good residual down pre, that would run out, and usually his post was probably a little too late. Maybe the copperleaf was up, but it was late enough where it wasn't getting coverage. So eventually he just kind of shifted, in my opinion, shifted to that. And then the other one was smell melon, or he described it as, you know, melons, I'm assuming smell melon, where it was another one where he would have a sequential program, probably miss those late emerging smell melon, and then have issues at harvest, which again, in wet years, that's going to happen regardless. But it was just kind of interesting that those were the two guys that came up to me with issues that sounded, you know, kind of similar.
Saw devil's claw on the Blacklands for the first time this year. Really? Yeah.
I'm not gonna admit to ever planting any of the grass.
We're gonna pin that one on you too, Greg.
All right.
Okay, go ahead.
I guess this is a talk. Everybody's here to talk about rice, right? So y'all have no idea how happy I am to be here talking about weeds instead of rice tail acid and this insect we've been fighting since June. So thank y'all for being here and letting me talk about this. Barnyard grass is the biggest issue we got on the upper Gulf Coast. Of course, in my unbiased rice specialist opinion, I really do think it is one of the bigger issues that we have. It's about a 50,000 acre problem right now on our 140,000 acres that we have. It's really nothing new. It's been going on in Arkansas for the better part of 20 years. And that's really, hats off to our growers who have done so well with their rotations, whether that be crops or mode of action rotations, to hold off for this long. It's really just in recent years become a big issue where take like propanil resistance in Arkansas, they've been fighting it since mid to late 80s, really. So we've held off for quite some time. But we identified some locations last year with some pretty severe multiple, MOA resistance. Most of it's target site resistance when you're talking barnyard grass. So it's just a mutation taking place, changing up some proteins and some enzymes. So last year we confirmed them at Nada, Alvin, and El Campo. And we had 3-way resistance at Nada, 2-way resistance in Alvin and El Campo. Okay, we're talking PS2, ALS, and synthetic auxin here. So that'd be Zephyr, Pure-Back, those are the ALSs. Quinclorac is the auxin, propanil is the PS2. So those are probably the most widely used herbicides in rice. Okay, that's the problem that we're at now. We're to the point where our post-emergence products are simply not working on barnyard grass. Okay, we're pre's only at this point. I heard this theme earlier too, that follow-up applications aren't working. So at the Alvin, at that Alvin location, that's actually at the Rice Tech Research Farm. They called me, of course, thinking they had some resistance, and went out there and pulled some samples and got there talking to them. They actually followed up on that farm with Roundup and with and in a rice field, that should be death to everything. You just don't do that. And it didn't even yellow those weeds up. So I agree that there is 100% some kind of hardening off problem whenever we run into these misses and these escapes. This is something that's been talked about in rice for quite some time. When Corteva launched Buoyant, we realized pretty quick that if we missed barnyard grass with Buoyant, we were not going to control it for the rest of the year. That's what that looked like. Dr. Nithya did this for us up here. We've got, a susceptible check in there. We've got it untreated, and what you see in the boxes are what was actually treated. So this year we put it in some confirmation studies, and there I'm getting ahead of myself. put in some studies in the field. So I took the toughest location at data, and this is new path. This is what we use in Clearfield rice. This is Zimazepatide. One of the most commonly used herbicides in rice is basically no longer working. There's our post-emergence products. I literally put every single thing with a rice label, with a barnyard grass label in rice in this trial. This is just the highlights. But if you look over here on the right, you'll see Provisia, and that's still about 60% control there. That is actually from Provisia rice that's Provisia herbicide that's being used in Provisia rice, just launched a couple of years ago for grass control, to show how difficult this population is to control. I actually did my master's on Provisia, best grass control system I've ever seen, but this is pretty concerning with this happening pretty early, pretty early on in its launch. Again, Regiment Stam Facet, the bread and butter of a rice herbicide program, and obviously not working. So what are we doing? Pre's and delayed pre's. This is the message that we're going to have to send home next year to everybody for right now. Command, actually, this is the command plot right here, I believe. I actually rated the command plots in this trial, 75%, 80%. The command even didn't perform very well. So what we're going to have to do next year, of course, we're going to have to at plant, overlay that about 3 weeks later, overlay that pre-flood. We're going to be good to go. Moving forward, of course, we've got Dodalex active coming from FMC. I'm actually putting together a Section 18 right now to see if we can get it. They said that 30,000 acres or so, Holly, is that what we talked about? We're going to try to get about 30,000 acres for Texas by February or by March. That's the target date. Now, whether or not that happens, we're going to do our part and get this Section 18 sent in probably within the next couple of weeks. I'll have it sent to TDA and see if we can get that coming. Gowan USA has a product coming that I'm not allowed to talk about, but I have been authorized to say that it looks fantastic. It's one of the best grass control products I've ever seen, or one of the best weed control products I've ever seen in rice, as far as broad spectrum goes. So that's kind of where we're headed. So if y'all have any questions, I'll be glad to.
Question for Sam. You covered everything rice so well.
Well, damn.
Okay, who else do we have? Reagan, are you still with us?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Y'all ready? I got a slide here. I'm trying to share my screen. I wonder if it's working. Can y'all see that? Hey, there it is. I can see my screen share on y'all's screen share, so this is really cool. All right, so start the clock. And I already talked about one of our success stories when y'all were talking about Liberty. That was one I wanted to highlight. I think that we're learning what we're capable of in terms of shifting to some of those options out here in West Texas. And we had some trials that looked pretty good with stacking Group 15 with Liberty in an early post application. And that was cool. So I'm going to talk about some of our problems real quick. Y'all know about this one, but ditch grass has been on our radar forever. Since I got here, and this is tumble windmill grass in a field in Runnels County, where we initiated a trial this year, supported by Cotton Incorporated and in cooperation with some folks at Oklahoma State. And this is just my overview highlight. Roundup, 2 shots, really high rates. I don't have all the details here because we don't have time for that, but that's what's working best for us. When we add dicamba to the tank, we hurt our grass control. And we've seen that every time that I've compared this combination, I've seen reduced efficacy with dicamba in the tank. So I think that's a big piece of our problem, but I don't think it's the only problem. I think it takes more than one application. Clethodim with XtendiMax did well, with or without did okay. But this is what we end up with a lot. This is very, very common in our ditch grass trials. We've gone to doing these as IPT, just staking individual plants and spraying them. You'll have a plant that looks dead, and then you go back a few weeks later and this is happening. And so next spring that plant's going to be fine. And that's the issue that we've come up against and that we continue to fight out here. But we're looking at time of year of application, spring, summer, and fall, and we're looking at with and without dual in the second application to hopefully provide residual control of seedlings. So when we have a fall rain here and we have a flush of seedlings established, and then those go into the winter alive, that's one of the most critical times that I think we need to have controlled them, because once they've overwintered, they become a whole lot tougher. They're easy to kill when they're seedlings. They're easy to catch with a residual, but once they've overwintered, if we ignore them or overlook them in the fall, I think that's where we're missing the boat. Y'all mentioned it earlier. I typed in the chat whenever Tyler said it. Spoiler alert. Johnson grass is probably my biggest focus in the weed science world right now anyway. And I get more calls on both glyphosate resistance and then just folks that have the historic Johnson grass issues, the concerns over prussic acid or issues controlling it in other systems. This is a seedling dose response trial that we just wrapped up here a couple weeks ago. And long story short, the blue bars here are the susceptible biotype. The orange ones are a suspected resistant biotype from Runnels County. We're looking at the LD50 or LD95. Well, this isn't. I've got the mortality to do a logistic regression and an actual dose response curve. This is just percent damage. But I'm going to go ahead and venture to say that we're probably in the ballpark of 10 times less sensitive. If you look at, what you're getting with a half X rate on the susceptible biotype versus a 5X or whatever rate on the resistant biotype. And so we definitely have a problem. And y'all said it earlier about ALS herbicides in the ditch and TXDOT. And I don't know what we have the capacity to do within this group, but we need to be communicating, and maybe we already are. Maybe some of y'all work with TXDOT or are in touch with them. I have no idea what goes on until I see, the impact of what they've sprayed in the ditch. And this year, a lot of Johnson grass got burned whenever none of the other grasses looked like they got touched. And that's when I learned, and I think James mentioned it earlier, that they spray a lot of Outrider. Outrider looks great in our trials. This is in a glyphosate resistant Johnson grass field in Runnels County, where Roundup, just absolutely isn't even, a little bit of burn, but we're not touching it. And even if we do burn the plants off, they grow right back. Spring applied clethodim looked pretty good this year. The ALS inhibitors look great, but whether or not we're going to hold on to that efficacy is a problem, and how that works with some of our crop rotations is a problem. So one of the products I added in our last iteration of this fall, we also did spring, summer, fall applications in this field, was rimsulfuron, which is a lot more friendly label for cotton rotations than Outrider is. But I'm excited about being able to use ALS herbicides to control the problem that we have, but I'm terrified at kind of what's coming down the pipe. So y'all, please, if that may be a big area for discussion as we move forward today, but what to do about that and what we know about it is big. The last note to end on here is, talked about, what are you doing in the future? What are you working on next? This is one that has continued to pop up. It got on our radar year before last in that wheat crop, but what a lot of folks around here call giant mustard, other common names are turnip wheat or pasture cabbage, Rapistrum rugosum has been reported to have ALS herbicide resistance in other countries around the world, but I don't think this has been picked up in the U.S. I don't know if this is even a common weed outside of West Central Texas. It's really bad here. It's probably our most common weed in winter cereals, along with like henbit and thistle. Was somebody going to say something there? I thought I heard it. I thought I heard someone speak up. Okay. Well, anyway, that's something that we think we probably have a problem with because we use Ally and Amber too much in our, and we lean too hard on what otherwise equates to a cheap, long residual shot to just keep us clean in our wheat fields, and has worked for us really well for a long time. And so we have seed collected from some of these populations, and we're learning how to sprout that seed in a controlled setting so that we can try to kill it and understand whether or not we really have a problem. But we're going to continue kind of working in that space. And then, some of the items that y'all talked about earlier with auxin herbicide management, drift. We had one call this year that seemed pretty bad. I don't know how it ended up getting resolved. I was there to at least share my perspective, but it was something that I think was trying to be worked out between neighbors. But one issue, and otherwise a pretty good year in our cotton crop as far as weed control goes. So we even had one guy. I've got a race trial this year in a field that's conventional cotton, brownfield seed that was managed entirely with residuals. And there's a couple of pigweeds out there, but relative to the amount of rain that we had in July, I'm blown away at how clean that field is and kind of excited about it. So I think as herbicide technologies are expensive and products are expensive, we're going to see more and more of this shuffling of either taking a trait out or figuring out what we can do without and pivot to other systems or other products. So that's something I'm excited to learn about and work on moving forward. I didn't watch the time, so I'm going to stop talking now. I might be well over, but I'll be on today and happy to visit with y'all as we go. So thank you.
Question, comments for Reagan?
This is Mithila again. I have a question, Reagan. You mentioned about suspected ALS resistant in this giant mustard. How are synthetic auxins performing on controlling this weed?
They work great.
They're still great.
So what a good move in our wheat crop is to go out, late winter, like January, February timeframe. Typically, people are putting down an application of MCPA or maybe 2,4-D, and almost always with Ally in the tank, and that has no problem. I haven't seen escapes from that. We've also seen a lot of folks using Culex over the past few years, and that on henbit especially, that product has been outstanding. It's not an auxin, but a combo, I believe, of an HPPD inhibitor and an ALS inhibitor. But I could be wrong about that. But anyway, we don't have issues switching modes and being able to control it. Where we've seen the problems is where folks are trying to be very, very efficient and cheap and spray a residual ALS inhibitor early in the season, like even at planting, and then rely on that to keep them clean going through the winter. And at some point, we're seeing these weeds come through where historically we never had a problem with them. And so we're not. I don't know that I've even seen survival of a post application, but most of the activity we get from Amber and Ally is residual, and so that's going to be an interesting thing for me to learn how to test as we try to kind of troubleshoot with the different populations that we've collected from. But I gave this, or I presented that data at a grower meeting last year, and one of the cotton growers that I work with a lot cotton and wheat growers came up to me afterward, and he said, "Oh yeah, Ally stopped working on that weed a couple years ago," and I was like, "You got to tell me this," or it was the first I had heard of it. But it seems to be a general consensus around the area that herbicide doesn't work on that weed anymore. But it is specific to ALS inhibitors. I think we're still fine with auxins currently.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
You bet.
So I know we've had lots of discussion about resistant weeds. We've been talking about the spread of Johnson grass and glyphosate resistant Johnson grass. Reagan, I know you sent an email recently about ALS resistance. This is an area that I struggle with trying to figure out how do we keep track of what's going on in the state. I've had some discussions with some of the some folks in the industry, because I know Bayer is doing testing. Sorry, Greg, you're walking in and I'm talking about what y'all are doing. But you know, they have a program where they're testing for various populations of weed species, and I don't know, 4 or 5 different actives that you're kind of focusing on. I've talked with a couple of folks. Was up there last week in a meeting, and we've had some discussions. Galen, we've talked about this at our SOS meeting a month or so ago, and just trying to find out if there's a way that we can, you know, our own information that we have, but then if there's other testing that's happening at an industry level, if there's a way for us to be able to access some of that information, I'm assuming that kind of stuff would be helpful. I'm throwing this out there maybe too soon, but I'm assuming this might be a useful tool. But if we had something, and I don't have this, let's see, can I share I should have been sharing the screen earlier. If we had something like this for the state, where you could see what data we've collected. And so this is just something that I put together based off of Muthu's paper on Johnson grass ALS testing, not Muthu's, but Nithya's. And this just shows all the locations where ascensions that they tested. You can toggle the different herbicides that they tested to see if it was resistant, and you can see where all those were tested at. Other than going to papers, we don't have anything where we kind of know what's going on in the state that's available at a grower level. Or for our people in different counties. Do you know what's going on in your county? Would this be something that could potentially be useful to know kind of what's been identified as resistant? I mean, you probably know what's going on to some degree in your county, but I just think it might be helpful to have something that we could kind of access and see what species have been tested and which of those species are resistant to which herbicides.
Hey,
we can
Scott,
start.
to my knowledge, I don't know that very many places have that at a county-wide basis. I think most of it is dealt with on a state-by-state basis from most of the databases I see. But what I was going to ask is if anybody is still, and I know several of you are still involved with the Western Society of Weed Science. I know for quite a long time they had a herbicide resistance committee. I didn't know if that committee was still active and or pursuing databases like this on a state-by-state basis throughout the West, or who might be responsible for that, if anybody.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Gail and I were talking about this a little bit yesterday. Just, I mean, we've got weedscience.com that keeps track of things on a state level, but it doesn't go down to a county level. And that's only information that's been published. And that's what this data is based on. But if we're doing our own testing, it would be nice to be able to populate this and, have something that's a place to put that information. If we've done testing that maybe isn't something that can go into a publication, at least we can keep track of it and know what we've worked on and where those populations are at.
I don't disagree at all. The other thing I was going to comment on is that I know resistance back, and you probably can speak to this as well. Resistance was a very scary word back in the industry days. To have a population designated as resistant, and especially like we were talking about with the rice products, if it's a rice product or any other product that's just been released and there's already talk about there being resistance, from a company sustainability standpoint, that's a tough conversation to see out there without published data to back that up. And so my comment was just going to be basically that we be real cautious, because we also just had the conversation about how timing, about weather conditions, about coverage, about multiple population releases are all caveats that can determine whether that's a true resistance or just a miss. We just, as a group, probably need to be very cautious about how we use that terminology.
Absolutely. And we discussed that yesterday a little bit, that we would only want to put information on here that has been confirmed as resistant. And we would need to come up with some criteria to make sure that we're consistent in what we're putting on there. But if we have verified data points that we know are resistant populations, I think it would be a helpful tool to have all of that information in one place. Yes, sir.
I think that's a great idea. A happy medium might be to compile it by a compromise between counties and extension regions or IPM areas or something like that, where we have IPM agents around that could help us compile it on those 4 or 5 county basis. I don't know that, I mean, the data is really valuable for an area. Gotcha.
Right.
Not necessarily recognizing county lines.
Yeah.
So that's all I was trying to think.
Okay.
I like this idea too, because it saves a lot of time. You don't have to go through digging through the journal articles to find out where that population came from, much less just trying to find that publication as well.
Right.
And I think the regional basis would be better than identifying a specific county, just because somebody may be able to zoom in enough on a spot and find out what farmer that was. But also it would be just as good to know, okay, the central Blacklands around Waco has known resistant populations to Italian ryegrass or Johnson grass.
And that's something that, even working with the companies, they're not going to be able to provide information at that level for privacy reasons. But, my comment back to them was, something at a county level is plenty granular, I think, or by a region, just gives us more information than we currently have about what's going on. But like I said, this is very preliminary. I'm just trying to get a sense of, if it's useful with people, because there's nothing worse than developing websites that nobody ever uses or keeps up. And but yeah, that my thoughts exactly. Going to a publication is not always high on my list of trying to get an update on what's going on with resistance.
It seems like it's a tool that we could use other disciplines as well, right? Because weeds, it kind of progresses a little slower doing the resistance screen. But if I could have something like this to track disease spread across the state, insect spread across the state, we could mold it into something like that.
And I'm not sure. I thought there were some tools available for some of the insect stuff. But anyway, I just wanted to throw it out there as we were talking about resistance. Did you have a comment?
No, I like the idea. I guess my concern would be that because a product fails one year, suddenly we're calling it resistance. I know Ian always goes to that next step of making sure that trait is heritable. And to me, that's a big step, which I think slows down the process, but I think it is important. So you mentioned criteria. I think some rules will need to be established before, we start putting weeds, I think, on this map.
Absolutely.
And that was and again, I apologize for stepping in kind of after you're done, but that was kind of a question in my mind is, I think this would be very valuable. But I think definition of, whether the term is confirmed or probable or suspected, if it's bucketed like that, to where, hey, this is our criteria for calling this probable. You know, maybe it's not confirmed, because maybe that step is the heritability, but maybe we've got a standard for calling it probable or whatever.
Absolutely.
And maybe that's enough. Maybe that allows us to put a lot more weeds on there. Maybe that last step hasn't been taken, but it seems like a lot of studies are pointing towards.
I mean, you do have some stuff where that heritability work's been done, and you've got a different color for confirmed, whatever.
But I think that's what I was hoping to get out of this discussion today, is that we've been kind of talking about it, and with this meeting coming up, I thought it would be good to just hear some of those comments of like, what would it need to look like? This is not something that's public. This is something I whipped up on ChatGPT 2 days ago. So, you know, I knew that there's going to have to be some things that would, you know, need to be put in place, because yes, I've been very sensitive to that in the past, of people saying, it looks like it could be resistant, and it could be a number of things. So we want to be able to share information that's legitimate. So
And the other thing I was going to say earlier is, and I'm sure we're not the only ones, other companies probably have similar tools, but I know that we've got some internal things like this for like diseases. I know corn foliar diseases, especially around tar spot, things like that, in other areas, but even the foliar disease we encounter, you know, when those are found, and depending on the disease, central lab confirmed, you know, we've got maps like this. I know we've done this with corn leaf hopper. I mean, that's been a really valuable tool last couple of years, especially this year, and seeing, you know, who's found the insect, who's sitting in for confirmation, stuff like that. So.
Okay.
One suggestion, if you're doing this, you might look into Southern IPM Center. They do have a mapping person that can probably help give insights on how to do it. They maybe even want to support it and have it on their website instead.
Yeah, and just a reminder that there is the Herbicide Resistance Action Committee website out there as well, and it actually has some really good criteria that they've developed to determine true resistance. It might be good to align with that, just to have a established set of criteria.
Okay. Well, we'll jump back to our regional updates. Josh, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mine will be brief. You know, just speaking for the lower coast, Coastal Bend, we had, I kind of jumped back to last fall, I guess, to explain this season, but we had a really uneventful cotton harvest. August was really dry. I mean, we had a few little sea breeze showers here and there, but no big issues with rain slowing us down. And then September turned out really wet. I mean, we had almost 7 inches of rain in September. But then from the end of September all the way through to the end of March, I had a cumulative 2 inches of rain across like 15 events. So, you know, 6 months of just not a significant soaking rainfall. And the reason I bring that up relative to weeds is, you know, number one, it was dry, so we didn't have a lot of winter weed pressure, but we also had some kind of inconsistent winter weed control, meaning, you know, folks that would go out and say November after they got fields put up for the winter and put down, you know, generic flumioxazin or put down a yellow for cotton ground, atrazine for grain ground, whatever the case may be, to keep it clean through the winter. We had such sporadic and light rainfall through the winter time that, you know, we didn't get activation of those soil applied products, but we had enough moisture to get some weeds to come up. So we didn't have a lot of weed pressure, but it was enough to be a nuisance because the soil applied stuff just wasn't working very well. So, you know, I had just light henbit pressure across a lot of fields. Folks were having to go out and spray that a couple of times over the winter, whereas normally we don't have to do that. If we get a good activation on something like Valor in the fall, that tends to do a good job on keeping things clean up through about February. So we were dry. You know, when we get to beginning of February, we're looking at putting corn in down here. Corn acres were up slightly in this area. Plant moisture was really hard to find. I mean, we had some moisture way down there from September, but nothing up top. So plant moisture was kind of hit or miss. And then, we get to early March, we had a little bit of cotton go in, but then we basically wound up with two separate crops because you had a little bit of very early cotton that went in. And then right at the end of March, we got a nice slow 3 inches of rain over about 3 days. And that kick-started everybody. I mean, the folks that were just lacking planting moisture altogether for all crops were able to get in that first couple of weeks of April. And so you kind of had you had like an early March, late February cotton crop, and then we had like a second week of April cotton crop as well. Then it got dry again just for a short period of time. April was pretty dry, but nothing's really using a lot of water at that point. So it was good. I mean, we had pretty light weed pressure during the most critical time of the year. Early May was also dry. Towards the end of May, we started picking up some rain, and June was pretty wet. Early July was pretty wet. But we just didn't have a lot of weed pressure, which was really fortunate. I mean, with the economic situation we're looking at right now, I mean, a lot of folks were skipping pre-herbicides this year just because they don't have room in the budget for it. But we got away with it this year. The weed pressure really didn't come on until, we already had closed canopy in a lot of fields. So it was pretty easy to manage that. Overall, I mean, I just don't have anything all that exciting to tell you relative to weeds. It was a pretty easy season. I'll say, drift wise, I didn't have any unusually large events. We have a few 2,4-D issues most years, and this year was about the same. Seeing quite a bit of the non-Roundup ready phytogen cotton getting planted down here. We've had quite a bit of phytogen acres in this area, but when you're looking at almost $100 a bag difference to go non-Roundup ready with the E1 varieties, that was pretty appealing. And so a lot of folks are doing that. And we're fortunate too, we have the humidity that we can make glufosinate work quite well, even on grasses. We also, like was mentioned earlier, we also have that issue with glufosinate and weed size. That's always been a problem. And it's something that I just get a little frustrated with because growers that have been doing that for many, many years in a row still run into that same problem. They go, well, glufosinate's not working for me. It's like, yeah, you're spraying 2-3 foot tall pigweed. This isn't a new problem, but like Adam said, I mean, 90+% of the time, if there's a glufosinate issue I get called out on, it's just big weeds. We just can't get coverage on them. And even in this environment, I mean, humidity is great for glufosinate, but you just can't make up for coverage on a weed of that size. So that was our main issue more than anything else. This fall, we've been extremely dry. We didn't catch any tropical type events, in late July, August, September. We're kind of at the very end of hurricane season now. We just haven't had enough moisture to even get volunteer cotton up. So our winter weed pressure is looking light right now, and we're already at the point of what is historically a dry period in deep South Texas. So I don't think we're going to have a lot of winter weed issues unless something turns around quickly. We'll see, but we're really praying for some rain at this point to get some fall and winter crops in. So with that, that's all I've got. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Any updates on false ragweed?
No, nothing new. I mean, it's ever so slightly spreading, I guess, to the west. I'm getting, I'd say actually the majority of my calls on false ragweed are now coming out of the Winter Garden area, the counties to the southeast of San Antonio, Wilson, Atascosa, Guadalupe counties. Not because it's there's anything new happening with ragweed out there. It's just that it's becoming more abundant to those growers. They're starting to notice it more. So they're kind of at the stage that we were at in Corpus 7-8 years ago. So it's more of a novelty to them, but there's not really any new issues there. Yeah, they're seeing widespread glyphosate resistance, having a lot of issues with atrazine, paraquat as well. So it's moving. I don't know how far west, I don't know how far north it's going to go, but across the areas I serve, District 10, 11, and 12, it's pretty much ubiquitous now.
All right, any questions for Josh? All right, I think we're gonna take a 10-minute break and we'll come back at 10:15 and get started again. And we're gonna get started again and Clint's gonna give us an update from his area.
I'm Clint Perkins. I'm the ag agent in Smith County. We're in Northeast Texas. We start on the edge of the Blackland. We call it the outcrop of the Blackland Prairie. We go all the way through the Potomac Savannah to the East Texas timberlands. So, and what we're seeing up there in our area are problematic weeds. Well, our area, we go from anywhere from 35 to 38 inch rainfall all the way greater than 50 inches. So, what we've been seeing this year, early on in the past several years, is we've been cool and dry early on. And then all of a sudden the water spigot turns on and it doesn't shut off. And then it finally does shut off and we get nothing after that. That's the way the past couple of years are going. So what we're seeing is our warm season perennial grass pastures and hay meadows. We're seeing that the grass is real slow to begin with, and then the water comes in as the rain starts, and then the sun's hitting the soil surface, and everywhere that happens, you're going to get a weed. And then the weeds really start out competing our Bermuda grass as well as the hay grass pastures. The problematic weeds this season has been mare's tail, dog fennel, and many grassy weeds. Basic grass has taken us over. And Johnson grass, goose grass, Dallas grass, barnyard, broom sedge, blue stem, and etc. So, but our new developing or expanding resistant issues is mainly, like Dr. Drake said, was Italian ryegrass, glyphosate resistant, and as well as marsh elder in our tighter bottomland area soils are getting harder to control. Basically, we just got through establishing a herbicide trial with Corteva using the aerial drone, and we did 17 different rates spraying that on there as well. And so I'm still collecting data on that. I got to take my last data point next week, and I'll give an update on that after that happens. But challenges that really that we're seeing this year, we'd like to see more specific timing and product selection for Bermuda grass stem maggot. I know this is a weed deal, but the Bermuda grass stem maggot is hitting us pretty hard in East Texas. So several fields I've been out on this year, you go out and it just looks like you've got frost damage all the way across the field. So that is an issue. I know this is a weed management meeting today, but as well as control of grassy weeds in our warm season forage systems. I know there's not many options, but we do have a lot of product being sold out there that's not on label, and it's not me doing it, but it starts with an M and ends with an A, and I'm not going to tell you the first or the middle two numbers, but there is a lot of that going out. So herbicides and weed management successes this year. Really liked how I was reintroducing EMVU to the market at lower application rates to reduce setback of our Bermuda grass pastures. It's been very successful on post-emergent sandbur and basic grass control. Sandbur control using Resilon is working really, really good in East Texas if applied at the current time and the rate. And I know every producer calibrates their sprayer. So, but anyway, with that, I did a trial last year on sandburs using two different rates of Resilon and Dazaplam, and we did a 3 and 5 replicated trial, and then I also within that trial compared a prescribed burn versus standing forage. And what I saw really, I was thinking that we'd probably get a better results with the prescribed burn with this versus the standing forage, because you get better herbicide soil contact. So what I saw was 1 week prior to us putting the indazaplam out, we burnt the plots off. And we applied the Resilon on February the 1st, and the soil temperature on the standing forage was 50 degrees, and the soil temperature 1 week after the application of the prescribed burn, was 57 degrees. And then we applied the Resilon, and sandburrs germinated 54 degrees. So the results I saw were just completely different. We had a better control with the standing forage versus the prescribed burn. So it tells me if you're going to be doing a prescribed burn, be monitoring your soil temperatures and get it out earlier if you have to. So in East Texas. So the area where we did this, it was real sugar sand soil, so they heat and cool real fast. So that was the kicker on that. And then another trial that I shared with Dr. Nolte and Zach was this last year we did a greenbrier control in our fence lines in East Texas, and Rob Brooks gave me some aminocyclopyrrolor and Bora, and I used some other products in the trial, but we did a 2% volume per volume Graceline Next and a 2% volume per volume Remedy, 6.6 ounce per 100 gallons of water rate of Chaparral, then a 1.5% volume per volume of Envora, and then a 2% volume per volume Envora, and then a 2% volume per volume PD3, and then and 2% volume per volume Remedy, 2% volume per volume Pasture Guard, 1% Duracore, 2% Pasture Guard, and then a 2% volume per volume Mesaview, and a 2% Remedy. We did that on the trials, and then I did all the way up to 6 months after treatment, and I still need to do my 1 year after application reading on that. But what was really pretty amazing is that I had a 100% control 6 months after treatment with those rates in the fence line in East Texas with the amount of rainfall that we had. So, but that's kind of what we've been seeing in Northeast Texas. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer any.
I think the marsh elder, what you mentioned, that's something that we've been seeing in areas a little bit east of here. Last year, we had a couple of calls about that. Zach was working with a couple of producers, putting out some trials. And yeah, it's something that we're seeing more of.
We added sharpen to that, and we really got a pretty good control with that.
So it's resistant to ALS.
I am not 100% sure what it's resistant to. And sorry, Zach had to step out and he'll be back, but he has more information on what of those treatments were working, what herbicides are really bad. But I think on like what you were saying about the burning on sandbur, that's pretty much in line with some of the stuff that we've seen. I think what Oklahoma has done, you can almost use it to your advantage if you can put things out early. And
we still got above a 90% control, even with the prescribed burn, but we were at 96, 97% with the standing forage.
Yep.
But we are starting to see in Northeast Texas, some of the sandburs are not going into the true dormancy, and so the Resilon is not working as good because it's not germinating from seed; it's just coming back. So
yeah, big issue when we have overwintering sandbur.
Yeah,
you got to burn those down. You're not going to get anything out of the Resilon. Any issues with people using Resilon 2-3 years in a row?
Just don't go back with ryegrass. That's with our full season pastures. I've got a lot of phone calls on that, and I'm saying the Resilon's working, so that's what it's supposed to do. You read the label, and they're like, okay, yeah. So,
but as far as there have been some issues with like Bermuda grass not filling back into some areas.
We are getting some, especially in our hay pasture, our hay meadows where you're harvesting and stuff. It's growing across it. It's just not pegging.
Right.
So, and that's the kicker. Then when you go back in and harvest it, you're harvesting a lot of the runners as well. Yeah, we are seeing that. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And something else, the major drought of 2013, 2011, and everything else that we had, and a couple of years in between that, we had a lot of hay come in from the east, Louisiana, Mississippi, and everything else. And we are seeing a jungle rice, broadleaf signal. It is it's pretty rampant in our area. So with that being said, this next year, I'm going to be doing some research trials, some spray trials with some quinfluoride faucet L in the pasture. So we are seeing a lot of that, and a lot of people are. That's why they're using that product with an M and with an A on the end. So, but it's just some work. So we're seeing a lot of weeds that we normally haven't seen. They're really, really popping up in the Northeast Texas area. A lot of it's because we've been having hay come in from other states. So, but this year we got tons of hay if you need it.
Questions, comments on?
What's your Mazepig rate? They usually said reduced rates.
It's I believe it's 4 ounces.
4.
Yes, sir.
Repeat applications or
We're doing pretty good with the one application if you catch it early enough.
Good enough.
And I'm just real leery about going above that, really setting back our removal.
I 100% agree.
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm going to switch us over, and this year Larry Stein is not available to join us, and so he did send video that he recorded just to talk about some of the things that are going on in some of the horticultural crops.
There, this is Larry Stein, and I work out of Uvalde. I work out of the Research and Extension Center there. I'm a professor and extension horticulturist, and I work with a variety of vegetable crops as well as fruit crops in the Texas winter garden. And so one of the big issues we're having with weed control this year is the super hot weather. So we're having weeds come through, like a spinach crop in this case. We got copperleaf coming through, and ordinarily the cooler weather would stop that from happening. We're also having issues with our wide bed spinach as well as arugula plantings, where this is nothing but a wide bed of amaranth, and so we're having real challenges just because of the weather right now with different herbicides working, not working. We're also having challenges with killing weeds due to the super dry weather and all of the dust. Now, one of the things that I did to prepare for this little talk was contact our different county extension as well as extension horticulturists across the state. I had about a 61% response to my question of asking them what their most problemsome weeds were. And so I had responses from the Valley, as well as Lubbock, as well as East Texas, Beaumont, as well as El Paso, and then everything in between. So I had about 61% response. And so out of all those responses, the number one weed that we typically deal with is nutsedge, followed by Bermuda grass, bindweed, spurge, pigweed, morning glory, Johnson grass, goathead, purslane, Virginia buttonweed, and crabgrass. So most of the responses were for yellow nutsedge, although we did have a little bit about purple. I see this showing up more and more in orchard settings, river bottom settings. Doesn't seem to be a problem, but it seems to be accentuated by the really dry weather that we've been having, whereas the other weeds and grass are growing or dying out, but the sedge is coming through. Second most problemsome weed was Bermuda grass. Bermuda grass, as you well know, can be invasive, especially in horticulture crops. A lot of people have it in flower beds, even in field crops, spread by runners as well as seed, and so has been a real issue. And it may be that we need to do maybe a fact sheet on using the grass-only killers to work on this type of problem that we have. I know they're out there, and I know that we use them in agronomic crops, and so that may be something that we need to work on. The third most problemsome weed was field bindweed, and we all know the struggles that we have to kill and control this particular plant to the perennial root system. Interestingly enough, I found this one to be interesting. Spurge, prostrate spurge, some listed spotted. I've lumped them really all together today. And spurge, it is everywhere. It's so thick at times, it's like a carpet of just spurge out there. And so it's interesting that was as high as it was. Then, of course, we have pigweed, amaranth, whatever you want to call it. Obviously, glyphosate's not controlling it much anymore, and so it has become a real issue for us, along with morning glory, again, to the perennial root system. And so that can be an issue in horticultural crops. Johnson grass was near the middle of the list. And this is a situation that I think we run into a lot of times. Yeah, we have Johnson grass, we have Bermuda grass, but we also have nightshade in there. So we can use our grass-only killers to take out the grass, but we still have to do with the problematic broadleaf weeds. The next one on our list was goathead, puncture vine, other names for that, the sticker burr, a real big problem in certain areas of the state and in certain crops. So goathead was there, along with, after that, grass burrs. And grass burrs, as you well know, are problems in hay fields. They're a problem in orchards, other crops, containers, and so grass burrs can be a formidable foe. We like people to use pre-emergent herbicides, and there's some that still obviously do a really, really good job. Purslane, interesting weed. A consumable weed. Not that many people realize that, but can be consumed. The big challenge we have is some people call it rubber weed, very hard to kill in field situations. Interestingly enough, now we have a lot of ornamental types that do actually quite well as ornamentals. Double flower, can tolerate the heat, drought, etc. And so that has been kind of exciting. Virginia buttonweed also made the list. I didn't have a picture of that, but this is what the plant looks like, along with crabgrass. And so those round out the top 12. Crabgrass right over here. And so those are the main problems and weeds that are horticulturists listed across the state. But I wanted to highlight a few others which kind of drew the fervor of certain people. Some of these weeds, you wouldn't think that they're a problem, but indeed they are. And one of the ones that came to the top are these tree seedlings. Hackberry, in this case it's hackberry. Here's another picture of hackberry seedlings beside a pecan tree. Obviously spread by varmints, raccoons feeding in the pecan tree, drop the berries, and here they come. We also have the same thing with oaks and other seedling types trees that end up along with desirable plants. And so the question is, how do you get rid of them? What is the best way? One that really drew fervor with certain people was KR, King Ranch Blue Stem. As you well know, you can mow it off and you have seed heads the next day. So it has tended to exploit our areas. It's spreading into more areas than we would like to see. And so that has been a real challenge for some of our horticultural crops. One that is really giving orchard people fits is windmill grass. Very hard to kill. The grass only products, along with glyphosate, along with glufosinate, seem to work on it. And so it has been a challenge. Again, you have the low type, the tall types, but basically the control on all them is about the same. An interesting one was goosegrass. And goosegrass has a tremendously vigorous root system. It can be hard to kill. I've seen issues with lack of kill using glyphosate along with glufosinate applications. I mean, here is a plant that was sprayed, and you can see that it's actually coming back a little bit right there. So goosegrass is one of those accent weeds that seems to have issues with control. Poison ivy, it was mentioned as well. Poison ivy on big trees where it crawls up, where you have massive vines, can be an issue. We've recommended sawing them off using remedy, and that seems to do a good job. And that is one that did make our list as honorable mention, along with greenbrier. Greenbrier, not a real good control for them is either in certain horticulture crops, see it some in orchard crops, or in situations where we've had an orchard overrun with poison ivy, greenbrier, etc. And so we have to reclaim that situation. Silverleaf nightshade also deserved a mention. I mean, where you've had grass in the past that seemed to choke out the nightshade, and then the nightshade is now coming through. Along with another nightshade, horse nettle, black nightshade, seems to be one of the harder to control weeds. Along with, in this shot here, you're actually seeing some dewberries, and so that has given some people fits as well. An interesting one that gives people fits is horse herb. Horse herb with distinctive yellow flowers. You see a lot in long grasses where you have a lot of shade. Interesting enough, a lot of times it does better than San Augustine and has dark green, has a little flower. You would think people would learn to like it. So anyway, that has been a problemsome weed, along with bull nettle. Has a tremendous long root system, as you well know. As a kid growing up, we called it burn nettle because it will burn the fire out of you, and you learn to avoid it at an early stage of the game. The last weed that I wanted to mention today was the challenges that we face with container-grown plants. Oxalis gives us fits. Usually you have it in these containers and it will have that rhizome root system and it will exploit the entire container. So that can be a challenge at times. We also had hairy bittercress mentioned. And apparently that's a real problem when you have stored mix there, and you have that, it gets into the mix, and then it gets in all the containers. So basically, that's what I wanted to tell you this morning about these different weeds. We have challenges with the water, herbicides working, as well as the burn down. And then I wanted to mention the 12 most problemsome weeds that we typically see in horticulture. So anyway, until next time, thank you for listening. And if you have any suggestions or questions, feel free to let me know. Thank you. Goodbye.
Bob Whitney, are you still with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I'll share some slides with you.
Okay.
Can you see the slides?
I can. Thank you.
And I'll start my timer so I'll stay on time with this. I just want to bring some updates on some things. Some of it applies to organic, some of it just in general what's going on industry-wise. I wanted to, this was just a screenshot of LinkedIn from Rodale Institute, but the Greenfield Robotics is kind of neat and they're really making a splash. This is an autonomous robot in the fact that it's just you're going to put it out there. They typically deliver these on a trailer and they're going to go out. And you can kind of tell from the picture there, there's little cutters that are rotating cutters that go down the row, and you just leave them. They work all day long. They've got batteries and solar panels and stuff like that, so they work pretty cool. And couldn't get them on our tour today, but I mean August, shouldn't say today. Couldn't get them on our tour to come show us their stuff. This is interesting. This laser weeder Carbon Robotics has come out with. They're trying to get into the field crop industry more than the vegetable industry where they've typically been working. Got several slides here. They've got this laser weeder G2 that is working in field crops, and you can see it goes all the way to the 40-foot unit designed for organic corn, soybeans, or whatever. It's actually being used more on regenerative type farms than it is anything organic. But these units are unique in that you can actually pull them off. You can see the generators there that would come up with the power for the lasers. But this type of system, they're making it affordable. When I talk to the company, they're talking about $50-$60 an acre to use. May not fit very many people, but when you're talking about early season weed control, this is something that gets in there in the row. So potentially much more useful to growers. Just showing you some pictures here. The company had sent to me showing the units, and like I said, these come off. This is a video that could show you, but basically the laser works taking out the weeds in row, which is the benefit to it. We did have agents show up at our tour and talk. They didn't bring a machine with them, but they're really making a push, and they've gotten quite a bit of funding. And they've actually been in contact with Texas A&M about doing some more work. So we'll see how that turns out. But this type of system would use a not lasers. This is going to be mechanical, and it goes down through the row, taking out, much like the Greenfield robots would do. So I talked about it last year, just kind of letting you know that these systems are getting closer and closer. The Greenfield unit worked in the northern plains of Texas. They had a few farms there, and they're spreading down through. I think they're putting some on the coast. Carbon Robotics had 2 units that they worked, and then Agent, I don't think he had any units out, but they probably will this next year. And then we certainly got our own people. Muthu is star of the show on our tour, and rolled out their robot, and Muthu, you'll be talking about that, I'm sure, but just kind of interesting to see. The growers were fascinated by this, and he did a great job showing that off. And I wanted to mention, and Larry talked a little bit about it, I get questions about orchards and weed control in orchards, and we're seeing more and more growers. This is just an apple orchard, just a picture I had, but I could show you some pecan orchards that are actually doing this, and they're leaving weeds. We typically have been using glyphosate for years and years and years, and they're starting to see some problems with that, certainly with resistant weeds and developing just single or double, populations of certain kinds of weeds. And very difficult to control then with other herbicides. And so they're interested in, well, what can I do? What's kind of a regenerative model for that? And basically the experts are talking about leaving the weeds and doing some mechanical type tillage or mowing to take them out. And the idea behind that would be to develop a shallow root system. Basically, we know this with most weeds. We can get to the point where the weeds are not very competitive because we keep mowing them off. We typically do this in our organic pastures on dairies. We're mowing them a lot in early season plus grazing them. And I can tell you the pig weeds are not a problem after being horrendous at the start of the season. By the time we get to the end of the season, you can't even hardly find them. So this is that idea that we're going to manage them this way. You can see this is coffee plantation. I convinced the coffee owners, got about 200 acres worth of coffee in Central America, to get off of a system of going through and hoeing it. They couldn't get labor anymore. And so they've converted the weed species to these low-growing grasses, and they're even taking those down. So these were comments that they made recently, and the idea being that they've developed this shallow root system. The grasses are not very competitive, and then you can see that I put this picture in here intentionally because it does show another type of plant growing in the coffee row, and that's what the guys will be taking out, getting rid of those by constantly just mowing them down, just taking them out. Then I'm going to switch subjects here. I get quite a few questions about what do you do in an organic situation, regenerative situation, or even some of these no-till situations whenever we want. We've got some sort of cover crop that we're using throughout the winter. We're supplying some nutrition through that cover crop. What is it that we're doing to get rid of that? Well, a lot of people have talked about, well, they'll use Roundup, glyphosate. And that doesn't work very good anymore. And certainly in our organic systems, we're not doing that. And so I wanted to show you here that you can see the blades that are back here. And I'm going to give you some progressive pictures. But this would be going in whenever you've got your cover crop established. We typically in South Plains don't use a lot of seed. You can see that we've got the sweeps here that are cutting underneath that cover crop and killing that cover crop. Then whenever we plant, certainly there's two pictures of the planter here, so you can see that we open up the furrow, we move that trash out of the way, and we control all that with air. Lots of good equipment out there to use for doing that kind of thing. And then as we get into the crop, I wanted to show you this because this is on an organic farm, but on the other side of this farm was conventional, and he's using this piece of equipment in both his conventional and his organic. Basically, you can see the sweeps here. This originally had some finger weeders on it. He took those off because we're later in the season. This again is August. You see this is a big rig. It goes fast through the fields. I'll give you another picture here. You can see the sweeps, and these finger weeders would have been attached up here at the front. And whenever the crop was younger, so we can take the weeds out inside of the crop rows and then use the sweeps to take out the rest of the vegetation. Works well, very well. In fact, as we were there on the tour, you could see that the crops were clean around us. And then I'll follow up with a couple of things that we're doing from a biological control system, because these biologicals that we're looking at can combine with some of our traditional herbicides. One of those, talking about rice, working with Dr. Mark Weaver, USDA, and Dr. Tom Isaac, this next year we're going to be looking at a myrothecia that will be spraying in particular to control hemp sesbania. It gets to be a tree in our rice fields, and so we're looking for some biological system in our organic fields to use. But even past that, it will combine with some other herbicides, so that's a possibility. And then Larry Stein mentioned field bindweed. There's not hardly a field that you can go into in West Texas that you don't find field bindweed. And just to let you know that we've been releasing mites. This is the field bindweed mite for biological control. Got them out of Colorado, and you do have to have a special license to get those. I don't know why, but anyway, it's one of those kind of deals that USDA governs and works with. But we've gotten another set this year of the field bindweed mite. They spread from a little initial 10 by 10 square foot spot to 10 acres. And so we're hopeful to be able to spread them around and maybe get some of this field bindweed under control. And then Scott, I'm going to hope that you're going to mention, or Luther, you're going to mention a little bit about some of your Zaso work. I didn't put any slides in that, but you guys are doing a great deal of work with that electrical weeding. And I think the fact that there's some longer term control, I hope you're going to mention that. So my timer is about to go off, so I'll stop. Any questions from anybody?
So the carbon robotics laser weeder, is that only tractor mounted? Is there a company that has one that's autonomous?
Yes, they do have that, Scott. That's part of their deal, and that's what they started off with. And the vegetable growers in California were using that one, but they got requests from Colorado to do something for field crops, especially sweet corn. That's what drove this idea. And then they had some regular field corn people starting to use it, found out that they could do it fairly cheaply. They're running 4 miles an hour, which that's not as fast as I can run sweeps and finger weeders, which I'm running 8 to 10 miles an hour. But whenever you talk about 4 miles, that's a whole lot better than some of these systems running at 1 mile. So it's better. But the other systems are autonomous, and they're getting them so that they can swarm the field, they call it.
Okay. Stanley Culpepper was talking about it last week, that they were, I think he was testing a second generation version of that, and it was able to cover, it was able to go twice as fast or cover twice as many acres per, compared to the first unit, and they were testing it out in vegetables. So I didn't know if that was something that was part of what some of these companies were doing that you're talking about.
The folks from Agent or Igen, however you say that, they were talking to us this summer, and then I've had more conversations with them, and they said they're getting more efficient as they learn these field crop systems. So their motors and their battery power is all more efficient, as well as how they're operating the equipment to control weeds in our fields. So this is, whenever we talk about lots of the problems that we're struggling with in weed control, these are some systems that might have application. And I keep telling them, you've got to be in that $50 an acre range, because a lot of the chemical weed control is going to be that or more. And so they've got to use that, and they agree. That's the feedback they're getting from farmers, is that they need to be in that $50 to $60 an acre range.
Hey, Bob and or Muthu, do y'all have a list somewhere of biocontrol agent distributors? So the mites, the weevils, the different insects, wasps and stuff that we're using for biocontrol in the organic industries. Do y'all have a list of those distributors that are servicing Texas? Are there any in Texas, or where can we find that other than just a quick Google search? And I don't know of any locally, so I wanted to make sure that I'm sending people in respectable directions.
Chad, the problem is there's not a list, and they're not very easy to get hold of. This seemingly is a developing industry as more people are running into problems and needing something outside of the typical solutions. So I agree with you. Even finding the Myrothecium to work on Hypsisbania came out of Europe. So I don't know how to answer that. Muthu may have some answers for you, but I don't.
Yeah, and the other thing, I just recently got asked about some of the weevils that are good on puncture vine that have been here since 1961, but I had to find that out from a Google search, and I didn't know if all of those biocontrol agents were legal to have in the state, or if we even have a list of do not brings anywhere as well.
Well, the field bindweed mites, and they also have the puncture vine weevil, comes out of Colorado. Their USDA and Colorado have a cooperative arrangement, and so you do need to get a permit to get those. They ship them to you free of charge. They'll only ship you, a small sample. I'm able to get 2 10 by 10, spots when I do get a shipment from Colorado for the year. And then they ship them wherever people have permits. So I know that Colorado's doing that, and that you've got to have a permit to do that. So I got the permit. It's good for 2 years, and that's how I'm getting my shipments.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Good luck.
Go ahead,
Bob. I'm interested in your mite work. I know we looked at some of that probably 20 years ago. It seemed like in row crops, the best way to distribute the mites after, I guess, inoculating was using a mower through a bar ditch. That would kind of spread the mite out, but bindweed patches in the field, it was difficult to get the mites to go from one patch to another. Also, I remember overwintering was an issue up on the plains, so I'm not sure where you're using the mite. The fact that these are coming out of Colorado, maybe these are a little bit more hardy than the ones that I think Texas A&M Amarillo was distributing maybe 20 years ago.
Dr. Dautre, you are spot on. I don't think they survive very well above Lubbock. I can't find them anywhere. They were cautious about where we were going to put these, and I don't know why they survive in Colorado. they couldn't answer that. But I said, well, we've had in my checking on it, the Amarilla did not survive. So I was worried about that. But so far, Carl Pepper has had them. He tried to kill them out because he took a field out, killed all the bindweed, that sort of thing. And yet they survived through the year. They moved from that field across. Now you're right, mowing them anytime you can spread those plant parts around, which is, even what Carl would do is he'd go out there when he's looking at the field or he was working some in the field, he would just take some pieces and scatter them over somewhere else to get some spread on it. But that's what it does take. With our organic guys, it's getting to be so bad that they're looking for anything because they've had to abandon fields or just turn them back to conventional because they can't control it.
Scott, yes, slightly off topic, speaking of biocontrol, I know Reagan has been doing some work with sheep grazing. Wonder if he can share some of his observations and how promising they are for cotton weed control. Reagan, are you there? Sorry for putting you on the spot. Yeah, maybe it's
way to put him on the spot. He's gone.
Maybe he's busy heading the
Well, I have gotten some questions about that, about where to get, kind of like what Chad was saying, people will call and ask about some of the suppliers, and it seems like there's not a consistent supply for like controlling goat head and some of the other things. And so it's been hard to keep track of where to get some of those things.
Scott, I'll mention here, I had a meeting with Lalamond, and they're looking to get more into the USA field crop, area because they're a Canada company and they've been typically dealing in vegetables. And they asked me about weed control, and I said, well, what we need is companies that will take some sort of fungal or bacterial organism or even an insect and, wrap it up and commercially sell it. They took lots of notes. They said, we can do that kind of thing. I said, right now there's just no commercial activity for these things to go out there. And they're trying to develop some sort of vinegar, that's going to kill something, and it doesn't work. So I told them, I said, we need an insect that will stay, or we need some sort of fungal or bacterial organism that will stay in these fields. And I said, don't look at it as an organic project. This is a project, this would be something to combine with our herbicides, something that we can use. And they said, yes, all the things that we've looked at from a biological standpoint can easily go with these herbicides. It won't hurt them or affect them, their efficacy one bit.
Were y'all trying to reach me a second ago?
He woke up.
We were making fun of you at least. Was I sleeping?
Sounds like it. We were asking about an update on your animal weed control with the sheep.
Yeah. So sheep will learn how to eat cotton. And if you use the same sheep in the second year that you had good success with in the first year, they will behave differently. And they will eat more cotton in year 2 than they did in year 1. So the in-crop thing has nuance, and the lambs are pickier eaters that have less exposure to other foods. We had a grad student at ASU do a project on conditioning a taste aversion to cotton and showed that you can teach sheep not to eat cotton if you're willing to go through a conditioning or averting process. But in the whole scheme of things, the guys I know that run sheep, like even just in rotation with crops, in fields with bindweed, they all claim that, and we have bindweed in this field, that the sheep do a good job of eating bindweed. I don't know how long it takes to actually kill it, but they can definitely suppress it and keep it back. Between bindweed, pigweed, and annual grasses, the sheep loved it. They did not touch our nightshade or our devil's claw. So that's another nuance, is there are some weeds that they will absolutely not touch. But if we're talking bindweed, I think that that can definitely be part of the conversation.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Bob? So we have taken some comments from Larry and Bob and, from these meetings about what's been going on in pecans and submitted a proposal working with Muthu with the Zasso electric weeder and going to have a student, Justin, who's in the back, who's going to be working on that project doing weed control in pecans. So hopefully we'll be learning something about that. It's just as soon as the government opens back up and provides that funding. So, Muthu, if I show those photos you sent me, do you want to explain what's going on there?
Sure, Luke and Ryan are here, so I think they should.
Go ahead.
No pressure on the spot.
So, along the lines of our conversation earlier about resistance management, Muthu had provided some updated photos, and so Luke, you can talk about what's going on in these pictures.
Well, these are the top ranked identified with prevalent weed species from the surveyed parts of the state. This isn't representative of the whole state or all the cotton growing regions. Taken at about approximately the time of harvest in each region. So these are all weed escapes, and ranked based on competition with and the competition with other weeds and like percentage of field that they were covering. So the numbers like 1 and 2 are like water hemp and Palmer amaranth generally, and Johnson grass was also prevalent across the whole state. But in southern Texas, Texas millet, and even like broadleaf signal grass and other like similar grass species were much more commonplace to be finding like in cotton and similar crop fields, or crop beds that are like in the system, like a cotton growing system. But that's kind of the general distribution of where in these surveyed regions where these weed species are remaining towards even until like after harvest, like to the end of the season. Definitely be contributing to the soil seed bank later on. So.
And this is escapes. This isn't necessarily attributed to resistance. It's just, it could be environmental conditions or whatever.
Thanks, Scott. I just want to add something here. Again, so these are weeds that were observed during the harvest time. So as Luke was, going around collecting samples, and we did a similar survey in 2016, 17. And we can see the changes in how the problematic or uncontrolled escapes are like shifting in region, like more spatial distribution. Speaking, if you want to look at Platinum, for example, in the previous surveys we had a lot just around Corpus, but now we could see more on the central Texas and also more further up north around Commerce. There's a lot in the cotton fields that are uncontrolled. So what it means is the programs that they're using are not sufficient to control them effectively. So you do see them around harvest time. And there's a spatial shift or dispersal in uncontrolled escapes. Texas millet, again, I mean, there is quite a bit of Texas millet in the high plains also, but that didn't show up at the time of survey, which means the programs being used over there are pretty good in controlling Texas millet. Whereas if you look at around Corpus and the central Texas, it looks like it is one of the difficult to control weeds with the programs that we are using. Palmer amaranth, it's not surprising. Water hemp also, it's kind of like a similar to what we saw in the previous survey about 8 years ago.
Which is, I guess I'm encouraged. I'm a bit surprised you didn't find water hemp further north and west.
West, I've definitely noticed in several fields in the south of Lubbock, around Forest and in that area. But where they present at the time of harvest is one thing, and was it prevalent enough that it showed up in the surveys to the sampling frequency? It is possible.
The high plain survey was also kind of limited to like the scale of it. Okay. For like this part of it, so for the recollection trips. So it's really just the like south of Lubbock area. Okay. Like around Lubbock actually, the whole area.
Yeah, and this was just one season, just last year, right?
Yeah, last year.
I still want to be encouraged that you're not finding it, so.
Right, yeah.
Oh, actually, so
No, I'm happy you did.
It is definitely, yeah, when I saw water temp the first time over there, I was surprised because I never thought it would persist in that environment, because we always think it's it's a high rainfall area species. I was so excited, and I was calling Dr. Dotra, did you see this? I'm seeing yeah, it's been around for 30 years. Yeah, so maybe there are some biotypes that are more adapted to the drier environments.
Hey Muthu, this is Mithila. Do you have similar data for kochia as well, or are you collecting, or you have some already collected?
The survey we did not as as okay, but we did have the seed collection, but not the distribution information.
Yes, we do.
Well, you saw some kochia, but
it wasn't as prevalent as I thought it was. Just right at the top.
Did you go all the way to the panhandle?
Yeah, the panhandle.
Oh yeah.
That was kosher, but it would be like low level infestation at the end of the season, in like sports fields and everything. And like compared to Palmer Amaranth, it's not near as like prevalent of a just persistent weed there. But
yeah. So Dr. Mithila, to answer your question, looks like we have the data, but it's not presented here.
Okay.
Luke he can certainly share that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sometime back, Muthu, when I was at Kansas State, you did share some kochia populations resistant to dicamba and glyphosate, I believe. I mean, glyphosate and dicamba. First glyphosate followed by dicamba, right?
No.
Right? No?
Yes, and also, I believe oxygen.
Chlorsulfuron was a part of that, yeah.
Okay, okay.
Roundup,
yeah, it was
fluroxapyr,
yeah, that's the, I think 4 or 5A,
atrazine.
Yeah. I think similar to Kansas population, we documented 5A resistance in some of kochia, western, I think close to Colorado border.
Right, yeah, there certainly fields where this is very problematic.
Okay.
For the north, yes, particularly in the panhandle area.
Okay. Thanks.
So was that second? There was a second photo that you sent.
There was not, that's more of a what are the top 5 weeds in each of those regions. Maybe Dr. Dotra can take a look at it and say if he agrees to that. For high plains, for example, Palmer, kochia, and Johnson grass, silver blue stem, and silver leaf nightshade. So those were the ones that he found at the time of harvest in that region. So like top 5 weeds for each region.
So where was this agronomic fields or just all fields?
This is agronomic fields. Okay.
Row crop.
They were all.
It's been about 5 or 6 crops, right? Maybe.
Hmm?
It was like 5 or 6 different crops in some regions being covered.
Yeah, it varied between it, but only the upper Gulf Coast had like 30 different different weed dominating that given field. But this is
the goal was. Yeah, sorry.
For the north and so like the high band that too. Because we limited on like a Lubbock area, but I don't know. It's basically the vessel we're missing from it.
Maybe Russian thistle, Bob mentioned field bindweed, that, potentially could be there.
I just didn't see much of it, like in the actual like field of it.
And other than Johnson grass, no, I would have thought maybe, you mentioned Texas millet or
This
earlier.
is late in the season, late in the groom. Maybe all the Russian thistle are blown away.
Yeah, I don't know, definitely agree with your Palmer and Kosha.
Yes.
And it's also possible that when you get to like below 10-15%, there's a lot of variability and and that kind of points to sampling errors.
That's good information.
So is this data that you're presenting at meetings, upcoming conferences, or
supposed to?
This isn't currently published anywhere?
No.
You just analyzed it.
I just made those graphs yesterday.
Awesome. Hot off the press. Appreciate it.
Good job.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well,
Did we lose him?
I think we did.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I think
can't
so.
hear it. Yeah.
I hate it when I hit the wrong button on that top toolbar. I've done that before
Yeah.
for sure.
okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we
Yes.
can.
Okay.
We can.
Yes.
Good. Good. All right. We're going to try this again. We've got about 40 minutes before lunch. And so with the ESA topic, I wasn't sure if we were going to have time to work it in. I'm trying to be like super careful now about what I'm closing. I think I'm going to try and fit it in before lunch. So make sure I'm sharing this again. All right, are y'all able to see the screen, the slides? Online?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I was beginning to worry that I lost y'all again. Okay, so in August of last year, EPA finalized their herbicide strategy, and there were lots of questions about when are we going to have to start implementing this stuff and learn about it, and what are we going to tell our growers and applicators, and how do we share what they're supposed to be doing. And I think between 2022 at least and now, somebody has talked about this topic at every meeting that I've been to. So I've heard it at least, I don't know, 6 or 8 times for sure. And it still hasn't fully really sunk in, to be honest. It's one of these things that I've had to hear multiple times to try and get my head around it. And this is actually, well, this slide deck was presented by EPA in September, and this is probably the most straightforward version of this that I've heard yet. Honestly, it's just taken multiple revisions, multiple hearing it different ways, and I'm going to try and go through this slide deck, which is available. I've got a link at the end. You can actually watch this webinar. They have it posted on YouTube. They've done a good job with this version, I think. And honestly, I'm glad we haven't spent a lot of time explaining all of the details on this yet, because from the time that they finalized the herbicide strategy to now, in a year, they've made even more changes. And that's one of the things that I want to hopefully get across, is that this is going to continue to change. Because with the herbicide strategy, and so there's an insecticide strategy and a rodenticide strategy, and I think there's another one. Anyway, there's a number of these. Herbicides was first, and every time they've gone through another one, they're taking what they learned from that in the comment period, and they're applying it in some cases to all of them. And so at our SOS meeting that we had in August, we had Leah Doozy from Compliance Services International, CSI, talk about this. And that was the most recent one that I'd heard. I actually didn't make it on this webinar, but the one that Leah talked through, again, I'd heard it multiple times, but that one, she talked through the process and made me realize the herbicide strategy isn't really the rules that we now like, oh, the herbicide strategy is in place, so now we have to start doing stuff. The herbicide strategy is a framework that EPA has put in place to guide new herbicide registrations. So basically, they are, and I'm going to skip a lot of slides in here because a lot of this is background to try and help you understand what EPA does in the framework. This one is maybe somewhat helpful. This is kind of the whole pesticide registration process and all the different steps. And the old process took many, many years of evaluating every chemical and every potential endangered species and how it could impact it. And EPA was backlogged with, I mean, it was, I don't know, somebody correct me, but it was like hundreds of years that it was going to take to actually go through during the current process to get through all the registrations. And so this new framework, the herbicide strategy and the others, is their way of trying to get through this more quickly in a more logical manner. So implementing these new strategies, they're not, like I said, it's not self-implementing. It's the strategy is a framework that's now in place that they're going to follow. And so it wasn't like, okay, August of 2024, we have to start doing something different. August 2024 meant every new active that comes on the market is going to have to, that goes through registration, will go through the process under this herbicide strategy. And then existing active ingredients that go through re-registration will be subject to this new procedure. So over time, we're going to see this come into play on more and more products, everything that comes to market as a new AI or that goes through re-registration. And so what does that really mean? It means that since this was put in place in August of 24, we've had one product that's been impacted by it. Lucky BASF, they were the first with Liberty Ultra. And so this is one of y'all's slides, and if it's not, if you've updated something, just let me know. But this is just to let y'all know, you know, that's the one herbicide that has been through this, and basically what it does is it evaluates, so that the framework is about assessing the impact of the active ingredient and determining what kind of risk it is going to be for population level impact to endangered species. And then they assign a category of low, medium, high. They determine how many points they're going to have to assign to that product based on the level of risk that it has. This is what we have to look forward to with re-registration. So this came, I pulled this off of EPA's website today. We have 18 herbicides that are slated for re-registration. There are a number of these that don't even have a projected date. of when they are going to be going through re-registration. I think EPA is pretty notorious for not hitting their deadlines on most of these. But the things that we are seeing coming that are supposed to be getting re-registered in 25 are going to be, 2,4-D, dicamba, flumetron. Those are going to be the next products that we see go through re-registration and be subject to the herbicide strategy. So what does that really mean? It basically means that when you read the label, on the label it's going to tell you if you are going to have to access the mitigation menu, how many points you're going to have to try to achieve to meet the requirements of this new strategy. EPA has done a lot of work also in improving the menu. They now have this Palm website. When they first launched this, it was basically an Excel spreadsheet. It wasn't the easiest thing to go through. Now we have 2 different websites where you can go through and answer questions, and it will calculate points for you and keep track of that. And so you're going to answer questions about what's downslope from your field. It's much simpler than when we started out. They've built in a lot of educational materials. I think it's going to make things a lot easier to walk through with growers and help them understand what they're going to need to do in their fields. So there's 2 areas that they're basically 2 things they're trying to manage: runoff and erosion and spray drift. Those are the things that are the risk that we have for off-target movement of herbicides. So those are the 2 big buckets that they're trying to manage with these mitigation measures. When they're assessing the risk for erosion and runoff, some of the things that they're going to look at are KOC of the herbicide. And so if you have runoff-prone chemicals, that's going to be something that's going to get into the water. It's not going to bind to the soil. And so its potential for moving out of that field is going to be with water that is running out of the field. And then we're also going to have erosion-prone chemicals that do bind to the soil. And then when we have heavy rainfall events, we're moving soil out of the field. So either way, it's associated with water movement, moving either in sheets of water or actually moving soil out of the field. And so once they assess each of those pesticides, and at one point I did see there was a draft table that they had put together of a number of herbicides. I've not seen that again since last August, so I don't know if that's still in place. But from that, we kind of know what some of the, those 18 products that are coming through re-registration are likely going to be rated at, from a 0 to 9 points that you're going to have to get. And that's where they basically then put it in this bucket. If it's not, prone to run off or erode, then it's a not likely for population level impacts all the way up to high. So when a new AI goes through the process, like Liberty Ultra, they make that assessment based on this criteria that's already been set. They don't have to go through nearly as lengthy of a process of evaluating things. They assign a category, they assign a number of points, and then a number of points gets put on the herbicide label. And so when you decide to use a herbicide, it's going to say on there if you have, a number of points that you're required to achieve before you can make that application. And so the points piece is wholly associated with the erosion and runoff part of this. That's where the points calculation comes into play. When we get into drift management, that's a different process.
The other part of this is that we're going to have some geographically limited areas. And if y'all are familiar with dicamba, this is going to be very similar to what we've been experiencing with dicamba, going to Bulletins Live 2 and looking for these PULA areas, pesticide use limitation areas. So dicamba and Enlist 1 are two examples where we've already been dealing with this. You have to go Bulletins Live 2, and you can do that 6 months before you spray. So you could go now and select your application that you're, in April and be covered. So basically, if you do this twice a year, you would be covered for the whole year. Go to Bulletins Live 2, check your county and your fields, and see if there's any bulletins, any PULAs for that area, and that information will tell you if there's any additional limitations. Right now, it's what's on Bulletins Live 2 is simply the dicamba limited areas, and like I said, the Enlist 1, Enlist Duo areas that we have down towards the coast, with the Atwater Prairie Chicken areas that are limited. And so that information is on those bulletins on Bulletins Live 2. Okay, so like I said, for each product, and where we're at right now is that, like I said, we've only got one herbicide label that we know has this kind of limitation on it, that's been fully through this process. So we're at a stage where I think it's important to just start getting applicators, growers used to this idea of this is going to be coming. We're going to be seeing it on more herbicide labels. We need to get them familiar with this, because I still run across lots of people that are applying Enlist and have no idea that that point system was ever on the Enlist label. Because it's, to be honest, this is going to be complicated for a lot of folks. When we start getting into the drift piece, they really have added a lot of options in the last year to get points and to be able to reduce your buffer. But when you start looking, this morning I was looking at some of the charts, and it's like, okay, if you're using a medium droplet and you're going to use an oil emulsified adjuvant, then you calculate these two numbers and it'll tell you the percent reduction in buffer that you can use. And I lost interest before I got to the calculation part. But I will give EPA credit because they are looking for ways, and they have implemented a lot of new options in the last year to try and give growers more flexibility. I think they really are. They're listening to comments, they're reading those comments, and they're taking them into account and making changes on a lot of these things. Then the more options you give people, the more complex it kind of becomes. But I think it's helped a lot with having the Palm tool. It walks you through every step, but you have to do that for every field. It's not just a farm-wide type of thing that you do, and I do it once and for my farm and I'm done. It's every field in your farm, you have to make that assessment if you're using a herbicide that requires these restrictions. So honestly, to me, it makes more sense as a workflow to go through this on a field by field level for your whole farm and just determine how many points could I get on my farm before I ever even consider what herbicide I'm going to use. Because at this point, we know kind of the point breakdown. We have some idea of what some of these herbicides are going to require as a number of points. And so before waiting on a herbicide to get labeled and then decide, well, can I use that or not, you can already have figured out what's realistic on this field as a number of points that I can get. Okay, so
determining whether mitigation is needed on each field, there's a number of these things that are going to be based on the type of application you're making, the type of drainage that you have in that field, slope. One of the first questions on that website pertains to a lot of these things, and if you're not making an application to the entire field or a portion, or you have runoff, or if you're doing irrigation and you're capturing all that tailwater, there's a number of things that basically, if you can check any of those boxes, it says you don't have to get any points now because you're managing all of that erosion and runoff. And so there's a lot of motivation in maybe making some field level changes just so that you don't have to deal with this for a grower. So this is another thing. Erosion runoff, so it's really all about what's downslope. And so if you have a field that 1,000 feet downslope contains only these managed areas, and you have any of these, if it is made up solely of these areas, then you don't have to get any points. And you don't need any erosion runoff mitigation. And so they've actually even changed the definition of some of these managed areas that we got kind of used to. So if it's ag fields, the roads, paved surfaces, buildings, if that area from the furthest treated area of your field and 1,000 feet out, if that 1,000 feet is all this kind of stuff, then there's no unmanaged area that's an issue. Do we have a question? I heard somebody talking. So does this make sense? So this is some examples that EPA put together to try and help understand this scenario. And so they've got a number of fields marked here. The blue line is a creek running through. They've got like a state wildlife management area. And so the managed areas on here are fields, roads, bare ground between fields and the roads. The non-managed areas are the creeks, trees, grass areas near the creek, and that state wildlife area. So basically, if you have any non-managed areas in that 1,000 feet, then you have to get points. But if there aren't any non-managed areas, you're not needing to do any erosion runoff mitigation. So this just kind of lays it out. I think they're yellow areas. I'm colorblind. The arrow direction shows the slope of the field. And so you can see like field A, that's all managed area. So field A doesn't require any erosion runoff mitigation. But like fields C, E, D, B, those are going to need some sort of mitigation put in place because of what's within 1,000 feet of that field.
So Scott, will a grower have to go back and fill out some type of form for each field that he's gonna have, and then determine his herbicide program based on that particular field?
Yes, you will need to do this for every field. So there's multiple options. Like I said, this Palm website, you can still print out the Excel spreadsheet. They have like I think there's 3 different ways that you can walk through this process, like, to answer all these questions and determine how many points you can get. But that first question is, what's within the 1,000 feet? And if it's all managed areas, then you're good. But if it's non-managed areas, then you go to the next step of, well, what's your slope? And what are some other things that can get you points that will add up to the number of points required to use that herbicide? So one of those things is soil type. Sandy, loam, sand, loamy sand, hydrologic soil group A soils. If you have those, you can get 3 points just for your soil type. If you have a hydrologic soil group B, that gets you 2 points. If you're not one of those soil types, then you don't get any. You can get that information going to the web soil survey. Or if you have soil tests that tell you what kind of soil type you have, you can use those. Yes.
Will this be based off of predominant soil in the field? And obviously, soils are not uniform.
I believe it's going to be predominant. I'd have to go back and that's the other thing about when you're doing this, walking through all those questions on the website, there's like description links in every one of those, and the descriptions are quite lengthy. So they go into detail about what qualifies, what they're expecting for each of these things.
And same for the, I guess, field description. What is a field? Yes, that's defined in there.
It's kind of like with, when we're having to provide field records for applications of dicamba. It says, a field is basically anything that you're calling a field that has like defined boundaries or is one crop. And so I haven't looked in here to see how they're defining field. I believe it is kind of that, like whatever you define as a field, that's how you're going to have to break it down. Another thing that you can do to get 1 point is just keep track of the process that you're actually doing this. They will give you a point just for tracking your mitigation measures process of going through those steps and calculating everything. Keep those records. That gets you a point. Interacting with an expert about this process, and there's some criteria about who qualifies as someone that fits the bill as an expert. Not me. Somebody that knows something about soils and erosion and runoff and conservation. That gets you a point. So I think the 3 to 6 range is going to be doable. Getting up to 9 points, you might have to get more creative. So you kind of work through some of the things that are like set, known. We already know that they've applied points to different counties based on their runoff risk. And so where we're at in Brazos County, most of East Texas, we don't get any points because we're high runoff risk. You get up into the Panhandle, y'all get 3, right? It's too easy. So then you figure out your sand content. Do you get any points from that? Are you going to manage your records? There's a few of those things that you can just kind of, all right, I know where I stand just based on where I'm at and where my field sits and what its makeup is. Then it's how many do I have left to try and achieve? I'm going to have to do that by some of these other measures, these other mitigation measures. And it may be things like infield, field adjacent, or some other system to capture that runoff. And there's, I think, so here's an example, some irrigation water management. If you have general irrigation with some runoff reduction technology like timing or limiting the amount of water that's being put out, just general stuff for irrigation management, you can get 2 points from that. If you're doing things that are a little more involved that are going to further reduce the potential risk for runoff, you get more points, like subsurface irrigation or just not irrigating, you get 3 points. This is something that they added, I think, in April when they went through the insecticide strategy. The anionic polyacrylamide, if you spray that out, that can get you 2 points, but it's got to be the water soluble formulation. So again, additional things that they've been adding more recently. This is where, if you're following recommendations and you're talking to a specialist, you can get 1 point. But the 3 bullet points are kind of some of the specifics about who's going to qualify as an expert that you can work with. They've got to have training and education, agriculture, water, soil conservation, or related field. They have to participate in continuing education for runoff erosion reduction. And they've got to have experience in advising on conservation measures. And so it can't just be any person in extension. It makes sense because you got to have some criteria to figure out who's going to qualify, or you just figure out your neighbor that, yeah, he says he knows he's an expert. Nobody has neighbors like that.
Do we have any of those extension personnel identified?
That's a good question. I don't know that's yeah, that's probably something that we could come up with, is who would qualify. And they are putting together some lists for things like that. This is one of them. This is another thing that they have changed recently because of the comments that they got back during the comment period. Initially, EPA had said if you're participating in a conservation program, you would get 2 points, and they got a lot of pushback. And so they've actually got one now, this EQUIP program, that has been certified, and it's going to give you 9 points if you're a part of that program. And they have said, so then now they have this process. They said, if you issue this, fill out the form and submit your information about what the program is, they will evaluate it and determine if it will qualify. And as they get these requests in, they will start evaluating them and determining which of them qualify for how many points. And so, again, as it goes along, they're gonna add more options. But right now, there's only one that qualifies for the 9 points, but they're continuing to work on that. I mean, they're saving hundreds of years on herbicide re-registration process, so they'll be able to spend that time on these kinds of things, right? I mean, it really is about making this more efficient, and I think providing growers with some confidence that we know what the pesticide registration process is going to look like, as well as industry knowing what that registration process should look like, and not be something that just drags on and on and on. Okay, so for mitigation tracking, I've already talked about this a little bit. EPA's developed these tools, the PALM website, they've got a PDF worksheet, and then they've got an Excel calculator tool. And the Excel tool, I believe the PDF worksheet as well, has links in it that will take you back to the EPA website for further description on some of those things. I mean, it's obviously not going to work if you print it out, but if you're doing it on your computer, there's multiple ways to get that information. And again, using any of those methods that they've provided gets you 1 point.
So how often do you have to do this?
Every year, every application. And so again, to me, the logical flow in my mind. Okay, so you raise a good question of, to me, it's like, well, you have to do this for every application. But how often should you have to go through this? If you do this for every field, you should be able to kind of have a workflow built, and it's like, okay, if I'm going to use this herbicide, does it meet this criteria? And that's a good point that I don't know that I have the answer to say, how do you do that, of like, I'm going to work through this for every field, and then every time I make an application, do I have to have a set of records to support that?
That's what I was wondering. Certain things like your soil type and your slope aren't going to change.
Right.
So you do it once and you got 6 points there and you're good? Or do you have to prove that every single time?
And I'm just jotting down a couple of notes.
My understanding was once, but I don't know how long it's good. But everything that you would spray that had 6 points or less, you should be good as long as you've got a record that during that field you documented those 6 mitigation points. If you need 9, then you've got to find 3 more through some other documentation. First time through, you document 6. I thought that's good for that year and subsequent years.
Yeah, unless there's big changes, like now I took out a tree line, or, you know, the things that are going to change are going to be what's in that 1,000 feet. If for some reason it was all managed areas and now something becomes unmanaged somehow, that would be the only thing that I can think of is that, you know, is what are going to be areas that change. But that's something I want to look into and see if I can get a solid answer on that.
This may not tackle on that. Maybe you're going to cover this, but what does TDA say about this from a record keeping standpoint? The administration for the state. Anything?
I am not aware of. The last time I had conversation with TDA about this was I think it was June or July of 24, and they asked me to come and talk to their inspectors and train them on this. Because they hadn't gone, and it hadn't been finalized yet. And so, and so much has changed since then. But, Mark, are you familiar with anything that's?
I haven't been. What involvement is the Fish and Wildlife in this?
Say that again?
Fish and Wildlife Department. When they start this mitigation process?
I mean, they're involved with, you know, EPA. They have to have those conversations. And they kind of set those areas that are, you know, where they're anticipating that there are endangered species. So I don't know how they're involved entirely, but yes, to some degree. I don't know if anybody else can speak to that or not, but. Yeah, go ahead.
You have to have the points on every acre regardless of whether it's in a PULA or not. Or is it just the PULA?
Every acre. Every acre. And then if there's a PULA that requires a higher number of points, then you have to go with whatever's a higher number of points. And then if you're tank mixing and you have 2 products, you have to manage the one that requires the most points. So those are all things to keep in mind as well.
I think there was a question online.
Yeah, Scott, I had a couple of questions. Number one was, do we know if any retail or distribution agronomist will qualify as that counselor? I think that would help a bunch, but if they're not wanting to let them have that power, I think it's going to hurt a bunch. And number 2 was going to be, is this whole process going to get every farmer to rely heavy on the couple of chemistries that he know was going to be minimal points for his property, and then just make the resistance go way out the roof?
I think that's something that we've talked about. So to answer your first question, I'm not sure if those folks will qualify. I would assume if they meet the criteria, those 3 criteria that have been set, they should be able to qualify. But I don't know for sure that that's going to be the case or not. Seems to me like if you know, a provider, that would be something they could provide as a service, you know, to have somebody on their staff that is qualified to fit that bill. But
yeah, and that's for all those certified crop consultants out there and everybody else that goes through a pretty rigorous amount of training. They definitely qualify in my mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then, what was your second question?
Yeah, it's in the chat too, but just, is this process going to get producers to just rely on the couple of chemistries that they can trust will get the point system in their property, and then we have resistance go out the roof?
I mean, that was one of the things that we'd had discussions, talking through that. Is this, trying to encourage growers to use things that are less potential risk. And in doing so, I think it could actually cause a shift towards relying on certain herbicides, especially in those areas where they just can't get enough points. So it's something that that could be part of the conversation, is just planning for this early and putting things into place that allow growers to continue to have flexibility to use the most products possible. There's the possibility to get points by just reducing your annual application rate. So, a number of these things lead back to the question about resistance. We start talking about, we're going to get points by reducing the rate. This one, I think, does make sense a little bit more than just, reducing the rate. This is saying reducing the single application rate, reducing the number of applications and co-applications. So let's say a herbicide label says you can use 12 ounces per year, and you make 2 applications and of 4 ounces, you're reducing the rate, the total annual application by 33%. Then you get 2 points by doing that. But they do warn people, don't be reducing the total amount, don't be reducing below what the label recommends or requires, and don't reduce it to the point where it's not effective.
This includes the See and Spray too, right? Reduced rates.
Yes, so if you're applying less than, the total area, so you're reducing that single application rate, that could be done by, reducing the rate across the whole field or reducing the total area that's applied to. Then the second area, pesticide drift management. This is where it's going to be, okay, the erosion runoff piece, we've got points, we kind of have these categories, we sort of know what each herbicide, whether it's more prone to runoff or erosion movement. When we get into the drift part, this is where I think we're going to see much more of the ongoing changes. And we're already seeing that with what's happening with dicamba, because what has been primarily talked about in the herbicide strategy has been physical drift, but what we're seeing being proposed by EPA is now addressing product-specific type things like volatility and limiting applications based on temperature and other things, tank mixing. And so it is going to be a product-by-product kind of scenario, but it's different than the erosion runoff, because the erosion runoff, you really need to plan for that ahead of time. You don't make decisions to go spray something and then, I need to put in filter strips. So that's another reason we need to have conversations with growers beforehand, because some of those things might be a year ahead of time that need to be put in place. So they're going to determine if drift mitigation is necessary, again, based on whether or not this herbicide is going to have potential population level risk with drift. And so it's this not likely, low, medium, high. This has also changed since last year. They've actually reduced this. I believe the ground spray high used to be 240, and now they've reduced that down to 100 feet. So depending on whether it's not likely low or high, if it's medium, they'll calculate it based on more information about the herbicide. But
If you apply it with an aerial spray, if it's a high, you're going to have 300 feet to those potential impact areas. If it's low, you're going to have 50. If it's a ground spray, it's 10 at the low and 100 at the high. And air blast sprayers is 25 and 85. So depending on how you apply it and then what the risk is, that's going to determine the buffer size. And then that, additional information, if there's anything in Bulletin's Live 2, if there's a PULA area, that may be a larger buffer. I think right now for runoff and erosion, there's something like 39 different mitigations that are available to get points. And for drift, there's something like 20 different options and combinations of things. Every product, like I said, it's going to be different depending on, again, how you're applying it, where you're at, downwind areas. You're going to be able to use that tool for spray drift to kind of walk through different options to be able to reduce your buffer. So instead of getting points, you can go through the tool and help you determine, well, here's the baseline buffer that I have to have, and if I do one of these 20 things, I can potentially reduce that buffer by a certain percentage. The buffers are all going to be downwind buffers. They're not going to have, I don't know about the PULA areas, but all the buffers are going to be downwind. They're not going to be omnidirectional. Again, some field scenarios. Obviously, these things change as the wind direction changes. But depending on how you apply, you're going to have your 100-foot buffer around, and then what qualifies, again, as managed areas, non-managed areas are the same as what it was for erosion and runoff. Okay, so reducing buffer, this is a little bit different because it's based on a single application rate, not your annual application rate. So if your full labeled rate is 10 ounces and you reduce it down to 5, then you can reduce your buffer by half. And that's true for ground applications or aerial applications. But for air blast sprayers, you have to divide the reduction by 2. So if you're reducing your rate by 50%, you have to divide it by 2, and then you only can reduce your buffer by 25%. I have gone through the website, and the logical flow helps, but when you're trying to talk through it and understand, it's just, there's a lot of steps. A lot of steps.
I assume a single application rate, if there's a rate range, it's the maximum single application.
Yes. Yeah.
In some products with only one rate, there's not an opportunity to reduce the buffer.
Exactly. So they're giving you the opportunity to reduce your buffer where there is flexibility and trying to bake that flexibility into the process. But there's going to be a lot of cases where you're just not going to be able to. It just gets more complicated. I mean, it's not more complicated. Again, they're giving you more options. So when I first looked at this, it was like, oh, for crying out loud. But really, they are addressing the issue that if you're spraying low numbers of acres, they're allowing you to take advantage of a smaller buffer. So basically, if you're spraying more than 10 acres, the buffer is the buffer. But if you're below 10, they're saying 4 to 10 acres, you can do a buffer reduction of 15%. And if it's 1 to 4 acres, then it's a 35% reduction in buffer. And if it's less than an acre, your buffer is 75% of what's required on the label. And it's just all about the fact that when you're making fewer passes, you're spraying a smaller area and there's just less herbicide in the air. It's a less risk to those things downwind. Yes, sir.
Good. So it's saying number of passes or acres feeder.
Yes.
You can have 1 acre, but apply 5 passes.
Your guess is as good as mine. Yep. So it's not, I mean, there's still questions, I think.
I mean, how are we gonna get the farmers to even, if us as academics can't sit here, I mean, it's some of the best minds in Texas sitting in this room here, chemically speaking. How are we gonna explain to the farmers, how are the farmers gonna understand this?
And that's my point, is that we've waited a year to really, because they're still working through some of these things. This is a huge shift in how EPA does stuff.
You could cut in half what you presented today, and it's still, they're getting that message across the farmers. And I don't foresee them following any of this, if you want me to be completely honest.
And this is way easier to talk through than what we had a year ago.
Yeah.
But it's going to take stuff like this and us realizing, okay, I don't have the answers to all this, and I need to dig in more.
And how are they going to enforce that?
PDA is going to be the ones that are going to have to enforce it, and whether or not it is, it's going to be difficult.
Your buffer is what you say it is.
Yeah. This is the thing about the oil emulsion adjuvants and combination droplet size, and I'm not even going to, if you're doing aerial applications, you can reduce your buffer based on wind speed and boom length. If you reduce your boom length by 50%, you can reduce your buffer. We're cutting into lunch, and this is the end. I'm realizing there are lots of questions. I mean, I knew there were going to be lots of questions. People have been asking me about this. And so I know that I didn't go into a lot of detail because I wasn't going to have time to go into a lot of detail. What I'm hoping that you're taking away from this is that it's not blanket to all herbicides at this point. Right now we have one product. We are going to have a few products that continue to get added over time. And it is going to be in a grower's best interest to start understanding this. And like I said at the beginning, it's taken me multiple times of hearing about this and reading it and going through it to start getting my head around it, to be able to, okay, how am I going to explain this to other people? And I know I didn't do a great job because it is still complicated. But I hear guys like Stanley Culpepper saying, oh, it's easy. But he's living it every day and going through it with EPA folks and in Washington and trying to help drive a lot of this and simplify it. And so, I mean, when we first had to deal with dicamba application restrictions, we didn't think anybody would be able to do it. I don't know if we're, okay, we'll not go there. But as we get used to things, we start to become more familiar. So we have to start getting familiar with this stuff so that we can explain it.
So,
and I think
Scott,
BASF did a. Yes, go ahead.
Just as hard as it has been for the U.S. and U.S. EPA and everybody else to define what a water body is, I just can't see that these definitions are going to be easily understood and or enforced. It's going to be tough.
Yep. So, any other questions?
Where do you find the points for the product?
It will be on the herbicide label. And I think companies like BASF, so y'all did a good job of summarizing that and kind of putting together and distilling it down to, this is what you need to do. These are your options.
What power do we have as lead scientists to populate for this, or to improve some of the language?
I think there's been, like I said, every one of those steps where there's a comment period, people or anybody can go in and put comments in, obviously, because there's all kinds of comments in there that don't even pertain to what's being asked about, but they have to read every one of those, and they have taken a lot of those things into account. And our organizations like WSSA have had a lot of influence on what's happened. And the more people that comment about it and provide, useful comments, they're taking that stuff into account. And so we do have the opportunity to voice our opinions about it. And sometimes it just takes going through it and then realizing, okay, some of this doesn't make sense for us. And so if we start running into, okay, we just don't have enough options, or these are the scenarios that we're in, that's where we can provide feedback. Hey, we need more opportunities to be able to take advantage of different mitigations because of our lack of rainfall or whatever it is. But hopefully, at least I have not confused you more about the process. I hope this was a little bit more enlightening. But I'm more than happy to share. I will share this presentation because it's EPA's presentation. I added a couple of slides, and then y'all will have the links if you want to start looking into those things. Actually, I'll probably put it on our Extension Weed Science website. Yeah, if there's no other questions, then we'll break for lunch. And we'll get back in 30 minutes.
For lunch,
12:45.
all of the boxes up here have the same sandwich. They may vary in their chips or their dessert in here. If when you registered and you indicated a vegetarian or a no beef or pork,
Okay.
Hello, can I start?
Yes, you may start.
Okay. Hello everyone. My name is Andrea Sajorato and I'm from Brazil. This is my first year as a master's student under supervision of Dr. Peter Doutre. And considering the current environment of low commodity prices and also increasing production costs, in my research, we are looking at reduced input herbicide programs for cotton in the southern high plains. Trials were established in conventional and terminated rice systems and involved in essentially two application timings, starting at plant or very early post-emergence. And once palmer amaranth control fell below a threshold of 90%, sequential post-emergence application was applied. The study suggests differences in the length of soil residual activity following several at-plant herbicides used in cotton for controlling palmer amaranth. And the next steps will be the cotton yield and fiber quality assessments, and also cost effectiveness analysis across the treatments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Questions? I think it's timely. Like you said, low inputs, we've been talking about it earlier. Challenging to get people to use residuals. Do we have other students online?
Yeah, I can go next if you'd like.
All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cole Willard. I'm a PhD student under Dr. Doutre. My project is working with Accent Flex Cotton, and specifically I'm working on Armazon as the HPPD piece of it, as well as Liberty Ultra. We're tackling a lot of different things, different weed control programs, weed sizes, carrier volumes, and then from crop response, we're looking at different tank mix partners, whether that be other herbicides, insecticides, as well as looking at adjuvants for weed control. And then we just recently started doing some greenhouse studies looking at relative humidity, so comparing glufosinate formulations to Liberty Ultra, looking at those tank mix with Armazon. We're doing adjuvant weed control studies as well, and then cotton response to see if there's any differences among a high relative humidity environment versus a low relative humidity environment. And the key takeaways we're trying to get from this is just how does Armazon fit with Liberty Ultra in the Accent Flex cotton system with some, hesitancies. We're starting to see some dicamba resistance pop up. Glufosinate is not a consistent annual product that we can rely upon for weed control due to the humidity constraints with it. So is there the Armazon piece add to that and help with the weed control? Thank you.
Any questions? All right. Well, we will, do we have any other students online? You just have two? Two today. Okay. Carol?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. We want to see.
So good afternoon, my name is Caroline. I work under Dr. Nolte, and I have 3 research that I'm doing currently. So the first one is I have different sizes of farmer amaranth in the greenhouse, and I'm spraying sublethal doses of dicamba. And the one that I'm gonna produce seed, I'm gonna collect the seed. And the next one, we're gonna spray a higher dicamba rate. We're trying to do 3 generations. However, in this greenhouse study, so the greenhouse that we have in the past, it's being rebuilding, so we have to change greenhouses. We have like some difficult in there, but we're working on that. Also, I have a project that is with glufosinate, as mentioned before by Dr. Doltre. So I'm spraying Liberty 280, Liberty Ultra, and Cermise in different doses of AMS, different rates of AMS. This year, we didn't see a lot of differences because the conditions were perfect, as everyone knows. We also have a study that was conducted last year, and we're trying to use and see like the different things. And also, I have another project that is a survey questionnaire. I think some people here heard about it. We're trying to release a survey in cotton and corn to see the gaps in weed management. So I'll ask for all the help that you guys have. So we're trying to release in January, maybe next year. If you all could help and to send to farmers and growers, because we're trying to identify what are the biggest gaps in weed management. You guys have any questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Luke, do you want to give a?
Oh, sure.
Well, you're a student and you were sitting up front, so.
Okay. Well, you might have seen a couple graphs from earlier that recently produced. It's from our general, I just call it weed species diversity survey that was conducted last year during the collection trips for the research that I had. It just generally gives kind of a idea of what weed species are where in escaping management practices. Not anything what
Do you want to talk about your survey result?
Yeah, I was gonna get to that.
Herbicide resistance.
I was doing that too. I was being inductive. So I have those collected, and then since the last meeting, I've finished all the herbicide groups with the high plains populations. So isoxaflutol, free and aspergillus free. None of the populations of the high plains were emerging with those applications, but the populations that were resistant to atrazine post were also emerging from atrazine pre. From that result, but generally pre-emergent herbicides, what screen of Palmer amaranth is still the most effective option. Waiting largely on greenhouse to do the rest of the state of Texas populations and to do a dose response assay and confirm resistance in the potential dicamba resistant pomeranian population from the high plains. But that'll come in time. Other than that, it's just that's kind of it for me.
All right. Thank you.
Hey, Luke, can I ask you a question? This is Mithila.
Yeah.
Is your atrazine resistant palmer amaranth is resistant to metribuzin as well?
I have not screened for metribuzin.
Okay. Thank you.
You.
Question. So I guess I'm wondering where that question came from. So if the resistant population has the traditional change serine to glycine at 264, would you expect metribuzin then to be resistant, or is it utilizing a different binding site?
Yeah, we have done some work with the atrazine resistant palmer amaranth. The mechanism is not the mutation, Peter, that was reported, but in pigweeds, we have done quite a few populations of both palmer amaranth as well as water hemp. We are yet to see that mutation you just mentioned, serine to glycine. So it's all metabolic resistance in palmer amaranth to atrazine. Interestingly, our atrazine resistant palmer amaranth was susceptible to metribuzin, although it's metabolic resistant. So that's why I was curious. So metribuzin still offers an option to control atrazine resistant pigweed.
Just to add on to that, but nothing to confirm it yet, but based on the symptomology alone, the atrazine resistant populations appear to be from metabolic resistance and not from the target set mutation.
Hey, Luke, can you expand on the symptom? What do you mean by based on symptoms it could be metabolic resistance?
So there was still like injury symptoms on the plants, but it was insufficient in order to kill it at the stage prescribed by the label at the time of application. Whereas in like the target site mutation, you'd expect to see like a completely asymptomatic response, more asymptomatic response to it, or just something.
So interestingly, at least in the population that we tested in Kansas, even at 32x atrazine, the plants that are showing metabolic resistance didn't have any symptom. That's where the confusion started. Dr. Dallas Peterson was our extension specialist back then. He told me before we investigated the mechanism, looking at atrazine survived palmer amaranth, we all assumed it would be target site. There was no symptom. Plants were growing perfectly fine even at very high dose. We also assumed it would be target site, and we sequenced more than 100 different plants, but we couldn't see any mutation. So my point is, at least in those populations that we tested, the metabolism-based resistance didn't have the typical symptom like you mentioned. You see symptoms early on and plant recover, but we didn't have that symptom. That was very surprising for us.
I mean, metabolic resistance, I have the implications on it being a variable incident across even like within the same population. Yeah.
Okay. Plant to plant variation, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I understand.
All right.
I have two students here joining online. Can they introduce themselves?
Absolutely. Go right ahead.
All right. Neha and Ravindra, please go ahead.
Hello everyone, my name is Neha Bora and I joined Dr. Juglum's lab this fall semester, and my thesis project will be I'm working on the glufosinate resistance in the water hemp, and we will be exploring all the physiological and genetic mechanism behind the resistance that we have reported in the Kansas state. So this is my just first semester, so we are starting to study about more into the target site mechanism. So we will start to explore about the target site mechanism and then exploring all the anti-SR mechanisms if there is something behind it. And other than that, we are also working on the Amaranthus palmeri to for the resistance of the resistance to the glyphosate and some other herbicides. And I'm really happy to be part of this network. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ravindra, and I'm working under Dr. Nitla Juglu. And right now, I'm working with multiple resistant barnyard grass that has been found in the Texas rice fields. And also, I'll be working on multiple resistant palm amaranth that has been found in the cotton fields by Dr. Muthu's team. And right now, we have performed the resistant. Right now, we have confirmed the resistance to the population. And in future, we'll be performing the dose response assays, and further we will investigate the mechanisms that have been responsible for the resistance. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Zach, you want to give an update on your project?
Sure. Yep, wrapping up work on Sandbirds, same old song and dance everyone's heard. Some of the, I'll say, newer findings that I've found interesting have been on the Bermuda grass rooting side of things, where probably 75 to 80% of the county extension programs that I do, somebody or a group of somebodies wants to talk about that, regardless of whether or not I've talked about that in pre-emergent herbicides or not. And so the gist is, Indazaplan has been out on the market for several years now in pastures, and Bermuda grass plants in particular get a little bit sensitive to it if it's either over applied or there's a number of environmental factors that are not right for it to grow well and survive those applications. And so some recommendations that we've sort of changed up a little bit alongside ENVU, who we've been working with on that particular project, has been keeping those applications 2 years in a row and sort of no more, just to hedge your bets on not building that level of Indazaplan up in the soil to the degree that you're going to get Bermuda grass issues when it comes to rooting. Outside of that, I find it's really hard to sort of replicate that issue when you've got good grazing practices, not taking it down to the nubbins and taking everything off, fertilization, nutrient returns into the soil. And then as soon as things sort of dry up, giving that plant an actual chance to regrow before it's seeing some heavy grazing pressure is really important.
What's some of the environmental factors involved?
Those things, anything that's excessively stresses the plant, I'd say long periods of heat, long periods of drought seem to do it. The sandier the soil, it seems like the more prone you're going to be to those root pruning issues.
All right. Justin, you want to give us a quick update on your?
Yes, I've got 2 projects right now. The first one is woolly croton profiling and control. We're redoing a Butler study that looked at the different AIs and control with woolly croton. The way that it was written up, we could draw some conclusions off of it, but it was a good idea to redo it and look at some horizontal plus next HL. We we've sprayed woolly croton with many different chemicals, and so we're going to go through and hopefully have an extension publication out of that soon. Just recommendations for controlling woolly croton, and then for the profiling side of it, also that's for us and for research side, trying to figure out how to get it to germinate, because we cannot get it to germinate unless we just neglect it.
Sounds ridiculous. I
It
know.
took 4 months in the greenhouse. After 2 months, we gave up on it. I just went in there and watered it when I remembered that it was in there, and that germinated. And then since then, we've tried to like hone in the process. We tried to replicate something that Mississippi State did in the East. I'm still not going to have any germination off of that. They said a 70% germination success rate after 15 days with no light. None of it. That did not work. We're on day 21 and we've got nothing. And then also environmental and ecological aspects of woolly croton. Right now, we know for sure if a hog goes through a pasture, tears it up, you're going to have woolly croton very, very bad after that. And then the other project is novel approaches to weed control on orchards with the Zasso. We're just waiting on funding for that to get the orchard attachment arm, but we're going to be looking at probably a survey of the most prolific weeds in on orchards and then using the Zasso. I think our first project is going to be on soil moisture. And right now, it seems like most research says that less soil moisture is better because you have less dissipation of the continuous flow of electricity. So most of it's concentrated in the roots of the plant. So it'll be finding that balance of the electric signal, the electric shock doesn't dissipate into the soil, but also the plant's not so stressed that the electricity doesn't go through it. Just got to wait for funding.
And in the meantime, probably update the pecan weed management guide. I think it's been a minute since that's been done. Do we have any other students online that wanted to give an update? That sounds like a no. So I want to give an opportunity for our industry folks that we invited to come and give us basically the same, I mean, from your perspective, you know, similar to what we talked through on the regional updates. So this is the first year that we've invited folks from industry to come and talk. We also have one of our commodity partners with us today. And, you know, just an opportunity here from a different perspective, what you all have dealt with this past year, issues, are there, you know, areas that we could, you know, be working on research wise, or have there been things today that you've heard that, you know, are of interest to you? What are going to be some things that you all are focusing on, planning for next year? And are there product launches that you're really working on, you know, for this next year that you all would like to bring to our attention? So, Greg, you want to go first?
Yeah, I can start. I guess, you know, in this, look at the agenda, the notes I jotted down here were more along the new product line of things. I mean, I think we had good conversation on some of these other topics. I don't really have much more to add kind of on the bullets. I was just going to talk mainly about products that we potentially will see short term, hopefully next year or within the next couple of years. I don't have a whole lot, you know, I figured I'd probably need to mention it, but I don't have a whole lot of information around dicamba for XtendFlex cotton and soybeans. We're one of the registrants that has product DPA waiting for approval. Again, not a whole lot of updates there other than what we're hearing internally is that's still moving forward, even with stuff going on in the government, maybe limited workforce, maybe a little delay there, but I think we are optimistic, that we'll still have products registered this calendar year. And then obviously the next steps would be, you know, once that's done at the federal level, state approvals and all the logistical stuff, and hopefully have something in place ready to go for this 26 season and extend flex cotton and beans. But yeah, there's really no other information. I mean, you know, there's questions usually about, you know, the label and mitigation requirements, things like that. Other than draft label that's available, that's been there for a while, and then the memorandum from EPA back this summer that has some potential mitigations. I think it's just a matter of working, you know, with both parties to try to figure out what those labels end up looking like. So that's all I've got to add on the dicamba piece.
Is there anything that you can talk about that on the side of, like, are there main sticking points that Bayer is working through with EPA on?
I'm sure there are. There's probably nothing I can add. Okay. Yeah, I mean, as you can imagine, there's a lot of attention on that. That's not something that we deal with or talk a lot about it at the field level. So, yeah, that's as much information as I have.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, that on that piece, and I was just going to mention it because I forgot to be remiss. I didn't. And then the others, as far as new products, that kind of, you know, we're sort of in that same, actually probably or more at an administrative level of, you know, just waiting for hopefully approvals on those. Would be talking a lot about Conventro, which is the trade name for new herbicide in corn and soybeans. That's the diflufenican's active ingredient for that Conventro product. That's another one that, you know, we're planning a 26 launch for that. Again, we don't have an approved label at this point. We certainly are, you know, are hopeful that we get that very soon. And that is, so diflufenican it's a carotenoid biosynthesis inhibitor. It's a bleacher, but instead of a group 27 like the HPPDs, it's a PDS. It's a biotin desaturase inhibitor, which is, I mean, that's not a new class, but that's pretty much has not been used much, if at all, in corn and beans in the U.S. And that's actually a molecule that, you know, Bayer developed years ago and has been registered in other countries. So I know it's used in a lot of products in Europe. It's used in some products in Australia, mainly in cereal crops. So, you know, we're seeking registration in corn and beans for a pre-emergence use initially. There's probably some, you know, as we look further down the road, there's some opportunities. You know, we're looking at that same molecule, different ways, different formulations in other crops. And so other row crops, maybe cereals, maybe even it makes its way over into maybe even some horticultural crops. But again, that's on down the road. And then, you know, kind of as we talked about, especially in light of in some parts of the country where they're seeing multiple resistance to modes of action in Amaranthus species, and kind of looking at that molecule, the thing that stood out was that it's not super broad spectrum. It's pretty narrow weed spectrum, but Amaranthus species are one of the strings of that molecule, and so that's kind of what that product. We look at that in some pre-mixed formulations. This Conventro that's coming out is just straight good as diflufenican, and it will be recommended or even maybe required on that label to tank mix with another broad spectrum mode of action in corn and beans. So really kind of look at that as just an additional kind of a different mode of action for residual control of pigweed species. So I think that's all I had on that one. And then I guess the last thing on products that, you know, we're kind of expecting shorter term would be, so we've got, you know, the next herbicide tolerant technology in beans. You know, so right now we've got Extend Flex beans and cotton. So that's tolerance to glyphosate, glufosinate, and dicamba. So a project we've called HT4 beans, HT4 soybeans. was named this year. I think they had, farm progress and stuff. I think they had the name out there. Viconic is the name of that project. So Viconic soybeans. So this would be Extend Flex. So it would have glyphosate, glufosinate, dicamba. It also have tolerance to 2,4-D and the mesotrione. And so with that, that's actually that project. So Viconic beans are, I believe, are approved in the U.S., I think Canada and Brazil. So we're kind of in a stewarded, is the way we work with that product right now in trials. It's a stewarded kind of product, which means that we don't have import approvals in several key markets, import markets, and so again, we're kind of hoping for a 2027 launch on that technology. So along with that, either before or when we launch that product, there'll be some chemistry, obviously, that enables that tolerance to HPPDs and 2,4-D that will come along with that. And so we've got, I think, a couple of products have been submitted currently. One would be products with, we have a 2,4-D formulation, it's 2,4-D trolamine or triethylamine. That would be our 2,4-D formulation. And then formulation with, again, not new, but some mesotrione formulations, premixes in the works. So that's kind of short-term stuff. The only other thing I had was, and this is further out, but just kind of FYI, for those that have heard or seen any press or articles around icafolin. I don't know if there's any interest in that. So, icafolin is active ingredient in this isoxaline carboxamide, I think is the chemical family there. So it's a tubulin polymerization inhibitor, I guess. So it's a new mode of action. New mode of action, first one in, I guess, about 30 years. And so being looked at as a post-emergence product, has activity on grasses and broadleaves. Probably strength would be targeting resistant, really tough to control grass species. I know initially probably a product that will be introduced in horticultural permanent crops. We looked at in row crops, or we're looking at row crops, and that's, I think, a few years down the road, we'll probably see that product in row crops. Obviously is kind of burn down fallow product. And then, I think the thing that it kind of got a little bit of press and been talked about is it's also, it's kind of been talked about as potentially part of a future herbicide tolerant technology. Really kind of unique chemistry, kind of slow acting in terms of desiccation and stuff like that, but kind of stops growth and things kind of hang around for a while and then eventually takes it down. But that's probably, we're looking probably more into this decade on something like that. I think that's all I had.
It is a very interesting symptomology. Actually got to see some goosegrass that had been sprayed with that in your greenhouse in St. Louis last week.
Okay.
It just is very different than it almost looked like it was kind of turning black, and the symptomology will be very different.
Yeah, especially, and again, that's probably something that, obviously would probably not be standalone, right? That's going to be part of a mix with whether it's glyphosate or some other broad spectrum. But from a resistant or tough to control grass, perennial grass, like in permanent crops, like in citrus and stuff, we're looking at citrus trial this year, looking at that. And as far as some of the grasses that can kind of take over some of those orchards, I think it's a real interesting product for that kind of situation.
Okay.
That's all I've got.
Yeah. So I think you commented on this and maybe you answered it, but I'm going to just kind of ask anyway. So the current proposed dicamba restriction based on temperature. Anything there that you can share? Has there been certain comments within the comment period that likely we'll keep that the same.
So
or
what,
maybe
what,
some
what did I
changes?
get? I think that what I heard was there were like 82 or 83,000 public comments. something like that.
So as you read through all of those, right,
Yes, I read through them. Yeah.
Fell asleep.
Yeah, I'm still, again, I mean, as you can probably understand. So, you got a product like Condentro that is almost the same kind of timing, right? We're waiting on registration. The way that we talk about Condentro versus the way that we talk about dicamba is very different. So there's not a lot of information that there's people that their jobs are to have those conversations and those meetings and figure out what that final label will look like. And Greg's on a need to know basis. And undoubtedly, I don't need to know right now.
Okay. Well, we'll see how Adam and Tony and Kyle answer that question. No, fair enough.
Yeah, you guys have at it.
Same.
All right. Holly?
Yeah. All right, so yeah, I'm Holly with FMC. Glad to be here today. Thank you for including industry. I think this is, I know for me, very beneficial. I'm an entomologist by training, so I'm a little in over my head here. So I've been learning a lot about what's going on. As far as what FMC has going, Sam kind of talked about it earlier. We are still cranking away at what's going to be Canali Complete. That's our Dodalex active. True new mode of action is going to be a group 28. We are launching it in rice. So I know Sam and I are probably the only two in here that are really excited about it. But it's a really neat chemistry. It's going to be sold as a co-pack with Command, Clomazone. We don't recommend putting this out by itself. It's very strong against barnyard grass, which again, Sam made a beautiful case of why we need that chemistry, and Sprangle Top. It's also very strong against, not great on goosegrass and some of the other species that are out there. So that's why we're putting it out with the chromosome. We have great structure worked out. It's with the EPA. As everybody knows, that's not going as quickly as everyone would like. So Sam is working with us to get a Section 18 going, to hopefully have that in place. But you know how that is, it's kind of up in the air until it happens. But we are hoping to have that at least in some fields, limited in 2026. Kind of further down the pipeline, things that we don't have registered yet that I can kind of briefly mention. I'm excited about kind of more row crop related. We got to work with Peter Dautre this year with rimisoxafen. I hope I'm saying that right. It's similar chemistry to what you were talking about, the diflucaniphenic, how do you say that? Yeah, okay, so
PDS.
Thank you, PDS. So it's a group 23, but it also includes a group 12. So you got a dual mode of action in there. You covered it very well and much better than I ever could. Super strong on Palmer. I think we saw that very clearly, and the work you did. We're going to be launching it in corn and soy. Of course, those are the big focus, but we've also been looking at it in sorghum, which I'm really excited about because I think that is somewhere that I've seen new chemistries are definitely needed. So we're working on that. Like I said, we're hoping to submit it in 2026 and probably get a chance to work with more of you, kind of see it out in the field in some different parts of Texas, since it's such a very diverse place. Make sure that it holds tried and true everywhere else. Everything else that we're kind of working on. Anthem Max, it's been submitted with the EPA, that post-emergence application going from V4 up to V6. We're also looking at some new mixes, putting it with rimisoxafen as well. It's kind of a layered spray for season-long residual control. And then we're doing some work with authorities for soybeans. That would be soybeans and sunflower, some premixes and different things there to kind of broaden spectrum and residuals with that. And I think that's probably about all I have to add.
Adam?
Am I the last one?
No. You have 2 minutes.
I thought I had till 3. Hey, I do have a couple of slides just because there's been a lot of comments about the AMS stuff. So we did a lot of work. So while he's getting that up,
Which one?
last one. Yeah, so just from a general standpoint, yeah, from my perspective, Liberty Ultra did really, really well. We launched that this year. What that brought to the table was a lower use rate. Interesting that Tyler brought up that, somebody used, I guess, the 43 ounce rate of Liberty Ultra. So I guess weed control is probably really good. I actually didn't hear much of that, which was surprising to me. I thought that was going to happen quite a bit. I guess when you're really hitting them in the wallet with that, maybe they think twice about using that higher rate. Need to do. There we go. So yeah, Liberty Ultra and Noventa Ultra, that was new in 2025. From a corn perspective, Certain was launched this year. We didn't have a lot of product, but it did get used on a few acres, especially north of Lubbock there in the irrigated corn country. It's encapsulated Kixor, or what y'all are more familiar with, Sharpen, plus Zidua, performed really, really well. Now this is a residual only product. So if you think about Sharpen, we launched that probably 15 years now since we launched that. It was a burn down product when we launched it, with residual as you increase the rate. When we encapsulated the Sharpen piece, that took away all that post activity. So this is strictly a residual product. But what it gave us the ability to do was now go in season with this product, whereas before our products like Verdict and Sharpen, you can only use prior to that corn emerging. So you can use it up to V3, open that window. And the real hook for us was Morning Glory. So really good Morning Glory control with the added piece of that Sharpen. I'm interested from my territory perspective, especially Oklahoma, Northeast Texas, to look at this in wheat. I know Dr. Drake back there, I think it was last year, 2 years ago, we did a little squirt and look study where we did, I think, 1 and 2x rates and no injury, right? So hopefully, I'm trying to convince BASF to potentially expand that label. It would probably trigger, additional residue studies and stuff like that. But anyway. Relcion is Liberty plus Allion or Indaziflam. I don't expect a lot of use. This is going to be mainly in, orchards. It does have a label for pecans, not in New Mexico, but in Texas it does. So just wanted to put that on your radar. And then these others are potential for 2026. We know how the EPA is going right now with it shut down. We've already talked about the dicamba piece. I'm not hearing anything. It's very quiet. Kind of like what Greg said. They're not telling us anything. Unfortunately, Pete, sorry. Elite ISO still has not hit that comment period. We were hopeful that it was going to hit the comment period in August and then September, and now here we are in October. So unfortunately, it still hasn't hit the comment period, but I haven't heard a change on, us not getting a label for 2026. So we're still hopeful that'll be available for Accent Flex Cotton. Zidua Plus, again, not going to be a huge product for Texas or this area really, but I just wanted to put it on your radar. It's Zidua Plus Pursuit. So it's going to be labeled for soybeans and I think potentially peanuts as well. And then Veraxor down here at the bottom. That's been back and forth at EPA. We had to submit it and then we pulled it and all kinds of different things going on there, but we're hopeful to get that product as well. And this is a new PPO. We also have another new PPO behind this product that we're hopeful to, it's in development right now. I don't know, probably like Greg said with one of their products, probably end of the decade before it potentially comes to market. So that's a product piece. So I just want to show this because there's been some comments about, AMS, and we wanted to make sure that our recommendations that carried over from Bayer when we acquired Liberty back a few years ago, if they still held true, especially with our new product, Liberty Ultra. So what we did was we took Liberty Ultra at a reduced rate. So the 1X rate in most of the country is 24 ounces. That's equivalent to 36 ounces of 280, Liberty 280. West Texas, drier areas, we're recommending 29 ounces, and that's equivalent to the 43 ounce rate. And then we did different rates of AMS here. So we had dry AMS at 3/4 of a pound, pound and a half, 3 pounds. So the pound and a half and 3 pound rates are what we recommend. East part of the country is a pound and a half per acre. West, essentially the western part of the country where it's drier climate, 3 pounds per acre. And then we had a non-AMS water conditioner as part of this study as well. So here's just some brief results. So we had 31 locations across the country, and this is just combining all weed species evaluated, okay? And so you can see when you add AMS, there is a definite response to this product, to glufosinate. So we were seeing, this is approximately 10% increase in efficacy there. The pound and a half rate between the 3/4 and the pound and a half, we really didn't see much, right? And then going up to the 3 pounds, I mean, it didn't add a lot, 2%.
How many locations?
31 locations, and this is across all weed species. So we're talking all the way from essentially, North Dakota, Wyoming, Colorado, West Texas, and then east. So the most western areas that we evaluated were those areas.
Was that all the same water conditioner?
Yes. Yep. So the water conditioner we chose was Helena's. Is it Quest or Request? I can't remember the Request. Yeah.
Same GPA? Did you say that?
Good question. I believe it was 15 GPA. Yeah.
Did you say this is across all weed species?
All weed species. Yeah.
Did you look at any in particular?
Yeah. So we got Tosha right here. That's really the one that separated out. Now, from a efficacy standpoint with Liberty, I never say Liberty's just bang up on kochia. It's not. It's not the answer for kochia. But this data shows, while it's a good weed species to use as an indicator for why to add AMS. So here again, 0 water conditioner, and then there was that stair step there. Definitely a big difference between the 3/4 and the pound and a half of AMS, especially with kochia. And I've seen this over and over and over in West Texas. So to me, this verifies that AMS is definitely helping our Liberty applications. Okay, now we separated out east versus west, so maybe a more humid climate versus hopefully a drier climate. Now this year, as y'all know, we didn't get as much low humidity conditions as we have in the past, but we did see a difference there whenever you increase that rate of AMS, especially in the west. So this is verifying a lot of the things we already knew, right? So then BASF put together, their recommendations from these studies to present to groups like you and our customers. So our recommendations that BASF is going to stand behind is 1.5 pounds AMS in the east and still that 3 pounds in the west. So we're essentially keeping what Bayer had transferred over to BASF, even with Liberty Ultra. The one change that we're going to make is, I guess I can say this in this room, is a concession sort of to our retail distribution partners. So if they have a product that they are, trying to mix with Liberty, we are okay with that as long as it has at least it's delivering at least 1.5 pounds of AMS per acre. So we're calling it enhanced AMS containing adjuvant. So all the retail distribution partners, they have their adjuvants where they have other products within that adjuvant that add to efficacy, whether it be surfactants or oils or whatever you want to call it. We are just requiring a minimum of 1.5 pounds per acre in the west and 3/4 pound in the east. It's a little confusing, but I really wanted to make sure that I brought that to y'all's attention.
If y'all drop pH anymore past what AMS can do, look at it then.
So the question is about, adding acidifiers. We have done some of that work. I would say not as widespread, not 30 locations or anything like that.
Like you see, because like AMS, of course, you get your pH to 7.
Yeah.
Anything like less than pH, dropping the pH of the water, is there a trend there where the lower you drop your pH?
Yeah. I haven't seen any dramatic trend with the addition of acidifiers. I've heard anecdotal evidence of it, right? Where they're adding acidifiers and feel like they're seeing better efficacy. But we're the stance that the AMS is the most important piece.
Do you have any, did you track any information on type of water source across those 30 locations? I guess my question is going to, so what's AMS bringing to the mix that a water conditioner is not helping with? And is there any other kind of non-AMS type product that gives you that same bump in activity?
Right. So repeat the question.
So I guess there are a couple in there.
Yeah.
You sounded like you
What's the
weren't
first?
tracking
What
the
was
water.
the first part?
Water.
Oh, the water. Yeah. So yes, at all locations, we did have everybody submit a water sample, and I just gave a piece of the presentation that our marketing manager put together. So I don't have that piece.
Fair enough.
But yes, we do have every site water sample and the different water hardness. We do have that as a piece of the puzzle.
I'm assuming your east and west is the water, right? On your map.
So that's a good point. I think it's both. I think it's the water and the environmental conditions. Yep. But yes, definitely as you move west, your water is going to get more ions and alkaline and more hardness. What was the other part? Oh, what the AMS is actually doing. So with glufosinate, I mean, I think everybody knows, the mode of action was glufosinate. So it's really adding more to that mode of action. It's the simplest way to say it.
The ammonia.
I don't feel like it's all changed with the conditioning of the water. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, if it's the ammonia containing portion of the AMS that's helping with the activity, it's not like you said, it's not the conditioning.
It's not the conditioning of the water as much. Yep.
Okay.
That's it.
still 17 pounds on sharpen?
Yeah, so the question is are we still recommending 17 pounds per acre? Or no, per hundred with, sorry, that's a lot. Per hundred with, sharpen. So what I've seen is, you know, you can go down to half of that and it still does a pretty good job. 8.5 is still a good recommendation.
With the release of Ultra, is the move to essentially discontinue 280 then at some point? Or will you guys continue to make 280?
Yeah, so good question, Kyle. Will we discontinue 280? We are not producing anymore. BASF is not.
It's getting hard to find the 2.5. So.
Yeah.
Okay, so Greg Armel, are you still on with us?
I am here. How are you doing?
All right. Good. Are you ready to give an update?
I am. I don't have any slides like Adam here, but I guess I can give you an update based on some of the things that we're working on right now at AMVAC. I'll say one thing too. I know we've been talking to Zach, you know, we've talked about what we've been seeing around the country. And I'll tell you, I've finally figured out this year is probably the year that I finally realized there is no normal year. I've never seen a year like this where the weather has been so different in so many different locations. Going to central Oklahoma and it looking like it's South Florida, to, you know, down here in North Carolina, we've been cold and wet, and now all of a sudden it's been as dry as probably West Texas is most years. So it's been a strange weather year all the way around. So it kind of affects what you see when you're looking at different products and different weeds that come up every year. So I guess we always got to be on our toes when we're looking at things. One product I'd like to talk about, and I've appreciated listening to all the commentary on the different glufosinate formulations, the weed spectrum you're seeing control of, how, you know, humidity, temperature, growing conditions are affecting its activity. I think that leads into our product at AMVAC that we brought forward that we're very proud of. It's called Zalo herbicide, Z-A-L-O. And Zalo is a combination of glufosinate and the group 1 herbicide quizalofop. So it's like a combination of a Liberty type formulation with a Shore 2 type formulation in there. In fact, our product is, the ratio is built so that when you apply 32 fluid ounces of a Zalo formulation, you get 32 fluid ounces of a standard glufosinate formulation that's selected for the active enantiomer, the old racemic mix. So you get a standard 32 fluid ounces of that formulation plus 8.4 fluid ounces of what would be a Shore 2. And in this cropping systems that we're looking at this, and where it's showing some good value, is we are really pushing this in soybeans, which is not as important for Texas, of course, but we do have a good fit for this in cotton and in canola as well, and the glufosinate tolerant varieties of those. Also, where we're seeing a good fit for this is in stone and pome fruit orchards. And I know, you know, there are a few acres of peaches here and there, and even a little less acres of apples in Texas, but we're seeing a really good fit. And the reason we're seeing a good fit is by adding the quizalofop in with this, we're getting more consistent control of grass species than what you would typically see with a glufosinate formulation by itself. So I say the ones that I've seen up close that I really see a big difference in are Texas panicum, goosegrass. Even we see some really good activity with Johnson grass on this as well. So if you're looking for that kind of a glufosinate formulation that's got a little bit stouter activity on grass species, that's where we're positioning Zalo, and we think it's got a great fit in a lot of areas, just like Texas. Another thing that, in talking to Scott and Zach, that I thought I'd bring up, and this has got a ways to go, but we have a new Pasture product that we're looking at as well that's got broad spectrum broadleaf control in both cool and warm season pastures, but also has some selectivity to to forage legume species as well. So we're looking at that over a lot of different geographies. And so we'll just say that hopefully you'll invite us back and stay tuned, that we're seeing some very good results with that. And we're looking forward to seeing that being positioned as well. I think that's all I got, unless anybody has any questions for us.
Any questions? All right. I appreciate you joining us, Greg.
Hey, thanks for the invite.
Hey, Scott, I actually had a question in the chat for Adam before he jumped off. I apologize, but do we know if Viroxor, and I may have misspelled that, is going to have a range of pasture IVM label at some point?
So not, I would say in the near future. I would say it's something that's on our radar. But yeah, no, not initially. No.
Okay, thank you.
Case Medlin, are you still on?
Can you hear me?
I can.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Scott, for the invite. Don't have a lengthy update or anything like that. Just a few things I'd like to comment on. And I want to say thanks to everyone that's been talking about basically our Resilon label. We've often said 2 years on, then get off of the Resilon piece for a couple of reasons. But the main reason is to let that crop recover, let those holes where weed pressure had been, things like that, fill back in. And like someone commented earlier this morning, Resilon does impede the ability of that Bermuda grass to root back down in those areas if that concentration is too high, particularly where they went out with a higher rate up front in the season. So thanks for keeping on spreading that word. We need all the help that we can get there. I know we have quite a few producers out there that still maybe on their 4th or 5th season in a row of using that product. So thanks for all that. The other things that we run into there, Scott, is I still bump into people that don't understand about perennial grass burrs. They think that's primarily an annual species across the state, but we take those on whenever we encounter them. So there's still some education that we have to do there. Other than that, the timing piece is the biggest thing around Resilon and its success. We still have growers that are spraying it late in February, early in March. Depending on the year, they can get by with it, but typically can't get by with that too many years in a row. So, but no, I think y'all have hit on the head, the big key issues around that. We're still working on adding some species to our ENVU label, but other than that, I'll turn the back to you and let you have a little bit of extra time.
All right. James Jackson, are you on?
I am on, Scott.
All right.
So thank you all very much for the invite, and good to be with you all today, and heard a lot of interesting stuff today through some of the presentations. In terms of rains and pasture, I always say we are the most acres with the fewest people, so thanks for letting us have a little bit of a time slot. In terms of a update, industry news, I did hear somebody talk about kind of utilizing EMVU back in pastorals. Something that I started years ago when I came over to Alligare was trying to generate some data utilizing lower rates of panoramic. That's Alligare's EMVU product as a pre. We've seen some good success with that. Also seen some guys utilizing it as a post. I still get a little bit uptight when I hear that, but I kind of take it as a explain the risk, explain the options. and it can be a very economical post-emulsant grass and grass product, but that does come with some risk. You know, somebody else already mentioned lots of grassy weed species in hayfields. I got a lot of theories on that hypothesis, but we continue to see that all over the state, especially in the high-end Bermuda grass hayfields. One other thing that we've dealt with, and I've talked to Zach a fair amount the past couple of years, was moss odor, as well as if you go up in North Texas into Oklahoma, you get some lance leaf ragweed. Two broadleaf weed species that are causing us some heartache. I know I'm not the only one on this call that have dealt with some of these things. Some of our common pastoral herbicides, the 2,4-D picklorams, the 2,4-D aminopyralids, are having a tough time. We've kind of had to look at some other ways to control some of those problematic weeds. In terms of new products, one new product that Alligare will be launching here very soon is actually an aquatic weed product. And I know there's not many aquatic people on here, but this will be a ready-to-use Florida product, and we're going to name it Aqualine. So if anybody has any aquatic vegetation management in a pond, on the ranch, something to look at. With that, that's all I have for y'all today. Thank you all very much for the opportunity. I'll be on a little bit longer if anybody has any questions.
All right. So, Zach, while you were out, we talked a little bit about the issues that we were seeing with marsh elder. What were the herbicides that we were that had been that wasn't responding to?
There was I think around 1,000 to 2,000 acre application that was flown on at a ranch north of here a year ago or 2 years ago that completely failed. And it was a mix of auxins, and I don't recall exactly which ones. 2,4-D fluoxapyr, perhaps. James might have more info.
Yeah, Zach and Scott, I mean, you know, with the moss odor acre, the sulpin, it's not on all products, but to the BASF guys, it's a great tool on that moss odor acre, continues to look good. You know, we have seen some good success going back to the old Weedmaster products, even going at some higher rates, maybe going up to 3 pints to the acre. It has seen really good control. You know, the 2,4-D picloram, the 2,4-D aminopyralid type pastoral products just are not consistent. And so we have had some guys running some, what we would call Grassmaster. It's the Alligare version of Weedmaster mixed with some picloram, some Triumph 22K. Economical mix. It has been very successful on that acre. You'll get the residual of the picloram as well as the knockdown of the phenoxies. But that's just a weed that needs some attention on it.
Okay.
Well, sorry.
In that application, there was
I said too much.
There was an ALS in there as well. I think it was MSM. But anyhow, the application completely failed, and there was a lot of speculation as to why, but I think the resistance were gotten thrown around very quickly. And we've made a whole lot of applications on that ranch. I don't know whether or not in our area that application was specifically made, but we've seen, I mean, it's responded to just about everything that we thought it would in the way that we thought it would. Difficult to control with just about any of those active ingredients until you start combining them and throwing a higher rate out.
Well, Clint had brought it up in his update that he was starting to see some, that was getting more difficult to control. And it was just in the last year or two that we were starting to hear about it as well. So yeah, it's one of those, like we talked about earlier with, showing the math and the resistance stuff. We don't want to start talking about resistance until we've tested things, but when we start hearing it in multiple locations, it's just worth discussing more about what's been tried and what's working and what's not working. And
so we have collected, or we are collecting seeds this week from that particular population to do some screening work with this winter.
Zach, what was the stage of growth when you applied?
5-inch average. And on that population, Sharpen absolutely smoked it by ground and by drum at 2 GPA.
Yeah, Zach, with the non Kixor based products, were you using NIS, a blend, MSO? What were you using for the adjuvant system?
Just NIS.
Okay.
okay. Well, we talked about it earlier and I just wanted to circle back to that. I think that was all of our industry folks that we were. If I've missed anybody online, please let me know, but I think we've got everybody. Galen, do you want to?
Yeah, I don't really have much research to relay, but because I do it through the university folks, but just a little bit. It's a pleasure to be here. I've been trying to make this meeting for a while now, and it's been good to get here and to listen to what's going on and what issues you folks are facing here in Texas. So I can kind of take that back and consider that as we're thinking about funding research. Just kind of an overview of some of the things we are funding. It's both on the weed management side. We're also funding things on the regulatory side to kind of keep products available to our growers. Whether that's through to reduce that pula size or things like that, supporting some folks at the University of Georgia for that. Application technology, which may help reduce some of that buffer zones. Working with Scott and Christina, effort they led on looking at drop nozzles versus broadcast booms. Things like that. Looking at alternative weed control measures like was presented earlier by Bob. We have some stuff going on looking at laser weeders, electrocution with Mood News Group, quite a bit of research going on there along with some other mechanical weed control. There's some finger weeder work with Pete, and then also at Mississippi State looking at some precision tillage to allow them to minimize tillage while still taking care of the weeds mechanically. And again, a lot of that knowing that herbicides are going to be the backbone of what we do, probably in the foreseeable future, and using the mechanical technology to kind of preserve what we have out there now. Looking at return on investments and resistance management for like see and spray technology. Those systems work. They're pretty darn good at hitting what they're supposed to, but one of the questions is, especially with the subscription fee, where is it justifiable for the growers? And then also, how is that or does that affect the potential for developing more herbicide resistance? We're trying to get on top of that as well. And then just some general basic research on understanding herbicide resistance better on the perspective that may allow us to identify a runaround, right, that we can continue to use that herbicide in an effective manner. And again, probably 90 or 95% of the research that Cotton Incorporated funds is through universities and USDA scientists. So if you have research ideas or outreach ideas that you want to do in cotton, you can come visit with me and, we can probably come up with some research ideas. And, we like multi-state efforts, or in Texas's case, multi-region efforts. because it's such a big state and so much cotton here. So if you have any ideas, just come approach me or email me later and I'll be happy to discuss.
What were some of the precision tillage technologies you were looking at?
Yeah, so it's literally like a see and till.
Okay.
Yeah, so you have the camera mounted like you would on a see and spray, and it just literally drops that tillage time to take out the weed.
Does it work better on some than others?
I'm sure it will, Zach, but we're still at the point of trying to make it all work. And the way we're doing within Cotton Incorporated, a lot of the technologies we're bringing forward, because a lot of our farmers aren't really happy at the cost of some of the equipment right now. So it's literally making the design publicly available so they can do a build your own type system. So like the see and till, I have no doubt 90% of the growers can put that on their farm or have a local and welder or whatever built it for it. So those are some of the things we're trying to do just to keep prices. But yeah, there's no doubt it will be somewhat species specific. And with the system at Mississippi State, it would be any place that you disturb the soil is actually making a residual herbicide application behind it. So it kind of puts that blanket down where that soil disturbance occurs. What's that?
What genius thought of that? A little shot of water.
Anyone has any questions? I'll be around
40 gallons.
All right. David, did you want to say anything?
I do. I just wanted to take a minute. I think we ought to give a big hand to Scott. District functioning and appreciate all of your participation because it really is a dynamic discussion. It's fun to listen to and a lot of things. I did want to highlight a couple of things, especially for some of those in the industry and not here on campus. January 1, we have a PhD and MS distance program coming online for agronomy and for soils. So if your companies have an interest, you have locations, it's modeled after our plant breeding distance program, but we've never really had one that fit wheat science. We now will. And so January 1, those will hit. I wanted to get a little poll from you folks, and you do a good job of discussing it, but what are the priorities that we should be working on that weren't discussed today? What's going to be the new frontier in 5 years? That we have a lot of work on technology, on seed and do weeding and those kinds of things. We have a lot of what I call product testing work with a lot of capacity in that arena. And I think we're able to meet a lot of producer demands in terms of what works and what doesn't, where it works, and what are the resistance problems. But what are the things that we need to be thinking about working in as we go forward and that would complement what companies are doing?
I think you just keep doing what you're doing. I think the non-herbicidal weed control piece is gonna be big. I really do. Now, will it completely replace, herbicides in 5 years? Probably not, but with AI really starting to take hold, I feel like that's going to improve our ability to process quickly and learn, those cameras learning or whatever with See and Spray, or the robots learning, things like that. It's going to be big over the next
What about
20 to 50 years.
What about technology that's going to pair with herbicides, like the and I guess I'm thinking like the UAV applications or the see and spray stuff, the things that directly tie in with the products that y'all are supporting. I mean, a couple of years ago, it was like industry, what I was hearing was, well, we're not working on that because it's the technology piece and we just are supplying the product. But, are you all working on drift testing or application, some of those types of things? Is there still a gap there that needs to be worked on?
Yeah. I think a lot of it probably falls on companies, right? I mean, so, oh, this just be thinking out loud. It's not like I mean, think about, like you said, drones. I mean, we've got products we talk about. And we recommend 15 gallons per acre and 3 pounds AMS. It's like, okay, what if we're putting out 2 gallons of drone? So we're not only talking about different GPA, different droplet sizes, but I mean, what about adjuvants? I mean, what's your ratios and that kind of? So I assume that's been worked on by companies as they look forward to this, but I think all the above, right?
I mean, we've had a couple of companies that have reached out to us with protocols. They've been mostly in pasture doing UAV applications, but it's just something I'm throwing out, as David's asking the question.
I mean, we started with fungicides with drones, looking at, that's a big part of BASF's portfolio is our fungicide piece, especially in corn and soybeans. And so we really wanted to start with that. And we knew a lot of those applications went out by air. And our recommendation was 5 gallons per acre, which was hard to get guys to even do that. But, looking at 2 gallons through the drone, we felt pretty comfortable with that. The herbicide piece, I feel like we're just the tip of the iceberg with that, as far as trying to figure out. You're right, adjuvants. I thought that was interesting. You said sharpen at 2 gallons per acre looked pretty good. I mean, I would never ever recommend that, right? But through a drone is different. You're able to go slower. You're able to get maybe closer to I don't know, these different nozzles. And
watching those things fly this year, I had some of my growers using the amount of force that they blow down. They blow stuff all the way to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
If you take a highball, you go through it with 20 gallons of water. You're still not getting it to the ground.
Yeah, it's surprising. I know there's several growers that are running 2 gallons an acre for Liberty at 22 ounces and getting really good control.
But there's a defoliate cotton down here in the river bottom, it's this tall.
Yeah.
In one application, you get 80% defoliation.
Wow.
It's amazing.
It's like cone nozzles.
I do think that could be something that AM could focus on. And I don't know, technology wise, how hard that's to do now. I think there's obviously concern with DJI and moving forward with them, but I mean, I think there's a lot of information out there. It's more so hearsay, it feels like a lot of times. And I mean, I know we do a lot of work with formulations and trying to make sure droplet sizes are a certain size. And then drone manufacturers will say this is the actual droplet size, but then after talking to a lot of people last year, it was like, well, they say that, but there's a lot of variation between a lot of the droplet sizes. So it's kind of like, feels like you're throwing stuff at a wall and just hoping. So in my opinion, AM could do a lot of things like that to be a beacon of light on that, where you can have someone that's saying, no, this is actually what we're seeing from this type of technology. And I guess also I would think, shifting gears here, herbicide's probably the last in this category, but I do know there's, on an industry side, there's a lot of focus on biologicals right now, whether it's more so fungicide work or insecticide work. Herbicide's going to be the last, but it's not going to get left behind. That there's going to be a push for it eventually.
Well, that was my next comment, was that I didn't hear anything about biocontrol today.
Yeah, I think
I wondered And I had to step out for a little while,
There was some discussion.
but to me, biocontrol is still a real opportunity with things like ryegrass.
And yeah, there were talks about the mites, I think, on Phil Bindweed, right? And then just some of the challenges with it. So I do think it's certainly, we hear a lot of it on the industry side. Not going.
And you may have talked about this topic today as well, but I have been interim department head for food science for a little over a year. And that puts me on some email lists that I'm not usually on, like the Secretary of Health. And the attack on herbicide residues is really high in the food industry. It may be primarily a detection capability, both in levels and speed, but they can walk into a grocery store and grab samples and test them and have data in a few minutes. And it really hits the press. And I don't know what we do about pesticide residues, but there was one last week, I believe. 90% of the organic strawberries have glyphosate residual on them. I don't even know where you have glyphosate here in a strawberry, but they have residual levels. So I just say that that's the kind of data that we are dealing with on the industry level. And that's just, there is a lot of literature, the daily press, etc. I was shocked because well, we won't go back to my history, but it would not have been worried about residue levels at those levels. But now if they find any, it's a problem. The one thing that I was going to highlight today, because I did some samples of it, and I didn't see anybody from turf here. Was there somebody on it?
I don't think so.
But the Provista varieties that are available in turf are really a difference maker for detecting off types in sod production and eliminating off types in sod production. So for those of you who are not aware, Provistas is resistant, and it's a difference maker for our sod producers. So just a bit of news. And with that, the last thing I want to do was take just a minute, especially with the industry partners, because the rest of them heard it. But I have announced that I will be stepping down at the end of this term, which ends on September 30th of next year. And so they are meeting tomorrow with the search committee to start the plan for a successor. If you know anybody out in the country that we ought to be pushing, that will be a good leader for the work with the team. For those of you on here, there are 15 members of the search committee, so you shouldn't have any trouble finding anybody. But if you do, let me know. Larry Redmond is one that you could get a hold of pretty easily because he shows up with the extension directory. So that's important thing. I will tell you, I have enjoyed working with this group, even on the years when we weren't very active. It's a lot of fun, exciting. I appreciate the effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, that is the end of the agenda.
No, I had one more. I forgot.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah, tell us about IR4 and where it's at in Texas.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, or I looked at the back of the room, or I looked around. What's going on with IR4 and what do we need to do to keep it alive?
I really don't know.
Well, it's still going. I mean, as far as funding has been decreased slightly through NEPA over the years, but they've been able to garnish enough support from the industry support. So for those of you not familiar, my IR4 is a minor use pesticide federal effort that's joined with mostly through USDA NEPA, but also with industry that's been around for about 60 years. And so their primary emphasis would be what Dr. Stein covered earlier. So minor use crop, which is considered anything under 300,000 acres nationwide. And so, whereas most of the manufacturers, the registrants, they like to get soybean on the label, but they don't care so much about arugula. I had a call this week from a grower in the Rio Grande Valley, a crop that I'd never heard of in my life before. So there's all sorts of very minor, tiny crops out there. IR4 sort of bridges the gap between getting tiny little unheard of crops on the labels before when it may or may not be in the registrant's interest to do so. And so they've been doing that to conduct residue trial. We actually have a field residue site at the Uvalde Center now. And to my knowledge, I mean, Dr. Stein covered a lot of stuff, but every time we have a meeting, we don't have a huge level of concern in Texas from what I've heard as far as needs for big gaps and other things. On the weed side, there tend to be more issues in the INTO and plant pass side, historically anyway. But, you know, Larry and Juan and Cecil and some of those could probably speak better to some of the regional efforts. But as far as that, they're also very concerned with Scott. I thought did a good job of covering the herbicide strategy stuff. And so IR4 is also very much looking at that and how that's going to impact the packets that they have to present to EPA and what sort of data have to be in those, whether it's herbicide, insecticide, or the fungicide one. So that's taking up a fair amount of their time as well.
Thank you. As you know, I'm interested because of him.
Sure.
But
there is a lot in
but
Hey, Scott or Zach, I had a quick question and I put it in the chat, but it may have come off as a cheeky comment, but I was actually being sincere. Have we done any looking at how we can utilize AI or Copilot or any of those to be able to develop a protocol for the EPA point system?
I mean, it's a good question. I think there are some things that certainly could be done. Whether I think that the main question that I have with utilizing it for, you know, let's say 100% unsupervised, I would have concerns about that. I mean, I think you could certainly develop something that would help you with it, but in the ways that I've been using it, I still have to question, like, is this 100% accurate? But there may be ways that we could use it to make it a little more straightforward, possibly.
I think it could be a benefit to have something like we do our chatbot on our website, where it's only accessing certain documents. So therefore, it can only access certain EPA documents and information that the user's already put in and information that it needs. When a grower says, man, I don't know if this qualifies and I don't want to read through the 28 bullet points to find whether or not my thing qualifies, let me just type it in. That might be something better than avoid bias. What's that?
How do you do that? Avoid bias.
You have it only address
Just like who picks where looking at
the EPA. The EPA, its own list of definitions is what I mean.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, it doesn't address nuances.
It's all kinds of nuance.
Yeah.
Way I think it's our job, way out, so put information into it.
Yeah. Any other final thoughts? Or I didn't change the, oops, I got mixed years. But next year's meeting will be October 21st. It's a Wednesday, 2026. We're looking at trying to move this probably over to the turf facility where we have a little more room. I'll go ahead and put that date on your calendars for next year. I appreciate you all attending and joining us and for the good discussion. Appreciate the industry folks, Galen, joining us, coming in person and online, and just taking the time to round out the discussion. I think it was good. We've got some good takeaways, things that I'm going to be thinking about. Yeah, this is an opportunity to, recognize who's working in what areas and reach out at other times of the year as well. So feel free to get in contact with me and each other. We've got a statistician you can abuse. So take advantage of that.
Take a minute to highlight a couple of meetings that are coming up with, like the one here in December.
So Texas Plant Protection will be the first week of December. Students need to be getting their titles and everything submitted for posters. The poster chairman, I hear, is going to be harsh this year. That's me. Beltwide is first week of January. Yeah. Yeah, that's passed. WSSA is actually the only one that's over, the deadline hasn't passed yet, correct?
Correct. November 1st for titles? Or December 1st?
December 1st, yeah, they're gonna open in October 30, I guess. Something like that.
I forget which week that one is.
February 9th through the 12th.
And then the Southern Weed Science Society is like the 2 weeks before that.
26th to the 28th.
January.
Texas Plant Protection is December 9th.
Okay. December 9th and 10th for Texas Plant Protection meeting. So encourage your students to get posters submitted. Sorry, Pete, what were you saying?
About dumping grass on roadsides. Is there an association of county road people?
Would that be the? Yeah, I don't know. We
That
have.
might help us with the map and such a thing.
If they're county roads, it's gonna be ran through like the county commissioner's court. And if they're state right of ways, it's gonna be ran through TxDOT. Good luck.
All those people. Talk about resistance.
Yes. I know we've had, I think what comes to mind, Jordan Bell had dealt with some of those questions in the past years ago, trying to address concerns.
A lot of those come to my meeting in December, just because they need the CEUs, but I don't know if there was some kind of special effort just for that.
I don't think there is, David, but the district extension administrators do meet regularly with the county judges and some of the commissioners within their district. I went and spoke to a couple of districts of them. It's more, but it involved Johnson Grass. My impression of it is that one county to another, it varies widely as far as program capacity, thresholds. Every county's pretty different. But that might be one avenue we could go to.
And I assume it's the same with the noxious weed county boards, right? Probably some board commissioner gets stuck with that.
Yeah, and I don't know how well, we had, some efforts to get smut grass put on, and there's, there's some pushback on what things you want to put on lists and what's officially recognized versus we just need to try and get things under control, but.
Yeah, and for TxDOT, I know they do a lot of regional training. The Austin office will go out to the regions and do CEU training annually and or initial applicator training. But it's handled through the Austin office for most of the state, I believe.
Do any of those people come to the IBM meetings?
Yeah, I mean, Texas Vegetation Management Association meets annually, and I'm real sure that the TxDOT higher ups go to that one, or at least the training supervisors do. Yes.
Just trying to think of what kind of conference or meetings that they're at that there might be some opportunity to partner with, but.
Yeah, TVMA would be one of the only ones I'm aware of that's a more statewide type meeting.